Hold on, Kev.
All right, we are live now as well.
Okay, great. Hi, folks. Welcome to the NFL Draft, the football new year here, and we are very excited about it. Ken McKusick here with Filmstudy, and we're also simulcasting this with Huddle Up Films. Jason Smith here. Jason, how you doing?
I'm doing real well, Ken. Doing okay. I still got to bring my audience in here, so looking to bring them up to the comments. But thank you very much if you want to come back to me.
Looking forward to that. Looking forward to comments all night. Guys, this is an interactive experience. We're watching the draft together. You're among friends. Feel free to comment. The panelists here, while we all have strong opinions, we're not the only ones who want to monopolize the microphone. We want to hear from you. A couple guys otherwise joining us, Alec Poulianos and Dan Reese, outstanding analysts of football in general. Dan, a competitor in the Big Data Bowl, correct?
I've played around a little bit. I haven't submitted it, but I've definitely dabbled a little bit. So
I appreciate it. Also an actuary, Alec Poulianos, a tech guy, marvelous trade analysis last year. Really appreciated that. Dan and Alec will primarily be talking trades as we go through this first round. We expect some activity there. Already have some big news kind of on the board that the Ravens might be looking to trade up to number 13. Is there any feasible way that could work?
It could. It'd be a lot. It'd probably be like your first round pick for next year as well. So it'd be a big investment to move up that high.
Didn't seem reasonable to me either. Alec is a 6-hour time difference, joining us at almost 2 a.m. in the Netherlands for the start of the show, but it'll be a lot later there, obviously, by the time we're going. Done.
Yeah, we'll see how long I last, but I'm hoping it all works out.
All right, outstanding. We'll have other folks doing it. Josh Soroka is behind the board tonight. He'll be bringing up the information on picks as they come due. Josh, appreciate having you here as always. And we do have some other people joining us later tonight. Looking forward to that. The big news, we have to talk about this before we get started here, though. Lamar Jackson signed today to a 5-year deal, reportedly $260 million, $185 million guaranteed. Let's just go around the horn. What do people think about that? Start us off, Jason.
Big news on Lamar.
Yep.
Well, I have the jersey on, so I'm very, very happy. Still connecting my audience, by the way. Had to start a brand new stream over here. So having a little technical difficulties. LJ in the building. Yes, especially for the price that's reported. I love it, Ken. So I'll be back engaged in just a little bit. I apologize for their shrimp trawler. I appreciate you guys very much.
All right, fantastic. Great to have folks on and able to comment. That's what this show's all about. Your thoughts, Alec? What do you, when you saw it, how did you feel about it?
Well, we were wrapping up dinner, and that's when the precursor tweets started coming in. And I was looking at my buddy, and I was like, I think it's going to happen, dude. And sure enough, it happened. Obviously, we were thrilled, and it's just been a long time coming. You know, that's kind of how I feel. I always felt this was the inevitable ending to this story, and now we're here, and I'm very glad to move on, and I'm very excited to have Lamar as our quarterback.
How about you, Dan? You're muted. Sorry.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, won't be the last time, I'm sure. So, first and foremost, thrilled to have it done. You know, it's been hanging over the franchise, Lamar, all the fans for over a year now. So that was, real excited to have it wrapped up. I think the initial numbers are really kind of encouraging from a team perspective. I think it allows the team to have a lot more flexibility going into 2023. Cap-wise, it's likely that there's a good chunk of cap space gained by signing this extension. So I think that's going to be really, really big for 2023 because I think they're close to they were previously close to the cap. So I think that's going to be a really big aspect of it. And I think we'll see with more details that come out how all the other aspects of the contract shake out. But overall, I think it's a great signing for both Lamar and the Ravens. So,
yeah, really excited about it here as well. And first of all, thank goodness it's over. Thank goodness it could get done without an agent. I'm glad the NFLPA is done with these negotiations. You know, from all I can tell, they were one of the real obstacles to this getting done, and I'm just happy it's done. And Lamar and the Ravens were able to work it out. And you know, part of me says wait until this thing gets signed, because they've agreed in principle, and you don't always know. The timing is good in terms of it getting done before draft day. After draft day, it becomes a different set of draft picks that would be offered up under the franchise tag. A 24 and a 25 pick instead of a 23 and a 24 pick. That would change things dramatically. Also might change the Ravens' stance pretty definitely on whether or not they, or where they would want to draft a quarterback this year. All right. How close are we to number one here, do we think? Probably still a few minutes away. Nobody's on the clock yet that I can see. Are you guys seeing it? No, he hasn't strode to the podium and announced anybody on the clock, and that would be early. We're still 4 minutes before this should be happening. Highest paid contract, not fully guaranteed. Anybody got a guess as to what this might have been in terms of a signing or a guaranteed money at signing?
I have a hunch. I think it's going to be more than the 133. So I'm thinking around 145.
145. Okay.
Basically makes the first 3 years fully guaranteed is my assumption of how it'll be formatted. A little bit on the fourth year.
They have an effective guarantee that probably gets them there anyway. You know, with guarantees for injuries are beyond the effective guarantee, but if you have a bonus in year 2, that'll often effectively make the contract guaranteed for 3 years. And you might have a bonus in year 2 and 3, for example, just to spread that money out. I know Brian McFarland mentioned the possibility of void years. This is something I really hope the Ravens haven't done a lot more of. They've already spent a lot of the 2024 cap. Dan, you know, you do a lot of great cap work, including your visualizations of cap stuff are some of the best I've seen anywhere. In terms of 2024 dollars and what's been spent already, are you concerned yet?
You know, I don't think so. Let's see where they stand right now. It's 2024. So they've got from over the cap, they've got 67 million. So that's quite a bit still around. You know, Lamar's will probably be a big chunk, but my guess is both the 2023 and 2024 will both be prorated significantly. So it'll just be the proration of the signing bonus and the proration of the option bonus is generally how they've done it. Mm-hmm. So that'll keep even the second year relatively low for Lamar. So, you know, that'll eat a chunk, but then, you know, I think they're in pretty good shape because I don't think they have a ton of losses. I think, you know, wide receiver was only solved for 1 year with OBJ. So that is definitely going to be a hole, but you know, I think they've got some flexibility. They didn't have to restructure Marlon or Ronnie this year yet. So I think that's a big win. So no, I think they're in solid shape. So
looking at next year, running back and defensive line are two positions where they're going to have to rebuild. So Gus Edwards will probably no longer be with the team. He's got void years in his deal. Defensive line, Michael Pierce has void years, 2 guys in their 4th year, Brent Urban on a 1-year deal. Only Travis Jones is really signed long-term. And Jason, I know that's a big feeling of yours in terms of the long team needs of the team.
Yes, absolutely. Defensive line, I think, is going to be drafted during this draft, you know, and when you look at the defensive line, as always, if you want somebody who can rush the passer and can stop the run, you're going to need to draft one early. There's a reason those guys are rare. It's very hard to do. So if the Ravens want someone who can pressure the passer, it's going to have to be maybe day 1, day 2, definitely. If not, then you're looking at a run-stopping piece for the future. Maybe with this money freed up, maybe they can find a way to restructure Metabike or something like that. Maybe that's how they spend the move and just kind of structure it, maybe front load it a little bit compared to their normal contracts, get it out this year while we have the hit. And yeah, just a lot of moving parts. So I apologize for my lack of participation early here. I believe me, by the end of it, you won't be able to get me to shut up. I just had to switch links, just some little technical difficulties behind the scene here. But
Okay, looks like
Buckle
we're
Up
getting
Films, to have you here. Yes.
looks like we're getting comments from stream, so that's good news here to start with. Hope that's true, Jason.
Yes, I had to cancel the old stream. So I know I have people out there. I put a message to not go here, to go to, and I copy and pasted this stream on there. So now all my people should be joining us, Ken.
Okay,
And I
outstanding.
apologize for the technical difficulties, guys. I just had to get that locked up. I'm afraid to delete the old stream because it looks like it would make me delete this stream as well. So I'm just going to roll with what we have from now and take it. Also wanted to take this opportunity to thank everybody for tuning in. I'm going to post a new link on Twitter, try to get more people here. And this is my first time meeting Mr. Josh Reed. So that's also a pleasure of mine. Hey, Josh.
Hey, how's it going?
Josh, great to have you here. I know you have a lot of things as a working sports writer out in Anchorage, Alaska that you're working on today, but appreciate you making it in time for the draft. We talked a little bit about Lamar Jackson. Any thoughts on that before we move on?
Man, today was going to be a good day. I knew there was some kind of precursors to this in the past couple of days with Justina Anderson and Lamar Jackson with the cryptic tweets. So we knew something was coming. You know, it was either this or the D-Hop thing. And even with this, there's still a possibility the D-Hop thing could work. You know, you never know. But I'm just so elated that part of – I was just so tired of all the trade proposal, articles and all the whole speculation and all that. When this kind of stuff is behind us and in the rear view, it just makes for better Ravens content.
Yeah, much easier to deal with this night. That's for sure. Well, we've got round one, pick one showing on the NFL screen, but I don't know if Goodell has come to the podium yet. Has anybody seen it yet?
No, are you guys watching the NFL Network stream or the ESPN stream?
No, NFL Network. This is important. No tipping picks. And this goes for all you folks in comments over there too. Please don't tip picks early. We're trying to have an organic set of reactions to these picks that we all watch it on screen together at the same time, and you get our real reaction. So act as if you're at our house watching the draft, and don't yell out the picks off your Twitter feed on your phone, and make us all pissed off about it anyway. So anyway, we're thrilled to have you, and I think this will be a lot of fun. We talked about a little bit of things in terms of a move up to pick 13. We'll have some time to still talk about that. I don't think it's a real rumor. There's been other people who have us trading number 22 for the Cardinals 34 and Hopkins, which I think that would be an awful lot of draft capital to go for Hopkins. But what would you guys think about that, particularly the trade guys?
Oh, I'll go first. That was kind of the first thing that kind of came to my mind when I saw that. I was like, oh man, would 22 to 34 make sense? I mean, if you go by what everybody's saying as far as like everybody only having like 17 first round grades on prospects this year, so the guy that you pick at 22, you could still conceivably get him at 34, maybe. I don't know. I'm kind of mixed feelings about it. I mean, I just depends on how much of the contract that the Cardinals be willing to eat. Would be like my only hang up on it. If the Cardinals are willing to eat majority of that contract, then maybe. But I don't know. It depends on who's on the board at the time. It'd be one of those picks one of those trades where it'd have to happen kind of in the moment during that 10-minute block between when the Ravens are actually on the clock for me.
Yeah, I think you hit it on the head for me, Josh. It's all about how much money the Cardinals eat. $19 million. If that is all coming across, that's way too high of a draft capital to give. It's got to be a lot lower. The only reason I would pay that high of draft capital would be kind of like what we did with Roquan last year. Is if the prior team, like the Cardinals, are going to take a significant chunk of the first year cap hit or cash payment, and that only impacts it if DeAndre doesn't want another contract. If he wants a contract, then that doesn't actually save you anything because it's a whole new set of cash that you're paying. So, the difference between 22 and 34 based on JJ is about a mid-third. So it's not terrible, but they'd have to eat quite a bit of the cap for me to be happy with that.
Yeah, that's what I get to. Is number 74 equivalent, roughly 220?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
So that's a lot to give for DeAndre Hopkins making $19 million and $14 million, I think, over the next 2 years on his contract. Is there a chance that Patrick Queen, and this is the other way the Ravens had, they actually had 3 ways before the draft: trade down, which they still have, of course, trade Queen is possibly 2, and they had trade option 3, which was trade Jackson, but that ain't happening now. So it's and we're happy, by the way. I'm not suggesting anything other than that, but trading Patrick Queen, what do you guys see on that tonight?
Yes. Hey, I'll go first on this one. I would rather trade for DeAndre Hopkins and trade back at this point than to trade Patrick Queen, because, man, it really looks like the Ravens are all in right now. It really looks like the Ravens are all in. We're close. If the trade back, the Cardinals pick 34th right now, Ravens pick 22nd. The value in between those picks, and then you get into the contract, how much of it does Arizona eat? There's some gray area in there as far as what the value for each of those are. So if you were to ask me if you can trade back to 34, maybe pick up DeAndre Hopkins, or maybe, to your point, Ken, pick up another pick in this draft, that may be a good way to go to be able to kind of fulfill our needs. But I was in favor of trading Patrick Queen most of this offseason because of the lack of draft capital, and because with Roquan here, I don't see us spending the resources to pay 2 inside linebackers long term. So I was on board. Cash in on Patrick Queen while you can, while his value's high. I even suspect that Patrick Queen might want to move on to be the Mike linebacker, somebody to eat up all those tackles and not have to compete with Roquan for the tackles, to answer the questions on whether he's a pure Mike, and to make his money too. So I think it's still very likely, but a worst case scenario, if he's not here, we'll have to fill in linebacker. But having Patrick Queen and Roquan together was magic last year, and an all-in year, it would be magic this year too. So I'll be happy either way, as long as it looks good on paper.
All right, I was saying, other responses on that?
Yeah, I'm with Jason there. I'd rather them keep Patrick Queen and Roquan together one more year at his current price, and then if you pick up his 5th year option, then trade him potentially next year. But give me one more year of Patrick Queen and Roquan for this year, and I'd rather have that than trade him away, especially given the weak inside linebacker class this year. It's like, who are you going to replace Queen with that would be comparable to what we saw from him second half last year?
Let me take the other side of that for a second, and just a devil's advocate here. Doesn't that make that the perfect time to trade Patrick Queen? Is that the inside linebacker class is tremendously weak? The Ravens are set at their Mike spot. I'm always been a huge in favor of platooning at that will spot anyway. And the Ravens can play a safety in a dime situation. You can have a 2-down will, whether that's Harrison or Josh Ross or whoever it might be, being their guy, or DeMarvion Overshone. They go out and get in this draft, let's say somebody who's available later in the draft. I would think that might be a guy the Ravens could do. Doesn't it kind of make it the perfect time to trade Patrick Queen? Because you have to decide on the 5th year option before the season is played, not after.
Right.
Yeah,
And
if you love Josh Ross.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, Josh Ross, sure, but I would think he would need competition, right? Wouldn't you, Josh?
Yeah. I just don't know how confident you'd be in that competition coming from this year's crop, or street free agents. I don't think the Josh Bynes route is the way to go again. If you're going to pair somebody with Roquan, it'd have to be somebody either young or inexpensive, preferably young and inexpensive.
I wanted to say, Ken, I don't know if you can see it in the comments, but my buddy Shrimp Trawler brought up a comment a little bit out of the scroll range, but not too far away. Maybe we'll want Boda Baker. Now, that's a comment that I would have said, nah, no way, until we were looking into Adrian Amos so heavily from the Bears. So you're talking about, Ken, your dime backer, a fit for the team with Kyle Hamilton that can co-handle the slot, co-handle strong safety, played 3 safeties a ton this year. Buda Baker, I can't bring up the comment, though, but that's an interesting idea I just saw in the comments there from my buddy Shrimp Trawler.
Big money guy. He's just been signed. Cap hits are 14.8, 16.9, 18 the next 3 years. There is about only less than $4 million of bonus in there each time. So that'd be a lot of money to take on for the Ravens. I'm not saying it's impossible. Good player, certainly, but that would be quite a lot of salary to take on.
Sure, maybe that's negotiated within the trade as well, like we were talking about for Hopkins. So That is a good idea though, because Buda Baker, man, you talk about a guy at the peak of his, and somebody we were talking about the fit for Brian Branch, Ken and guys. Like Buda Baker is that guy, and he's already that guy. So if you want to address your secondary by adding a player like Buda Baker, I mean, wow, you're looking at one of the better secondaries in the NFL. Still need that left outside corner though, guys.
Yeah, I think back to Patrick Queen, I think the 5th-year option kind of plays an interesting aspect of the decision. And I think that decision has to come before May 1st, so in the next couple of days. So, and the 5th year is fully guaranteed, so it's not like they can, it's a firm decision, right? So, and that could complicate things if you're looking to trade him. So I think looking to trade now is a good option because it gives the other team the decision on what they want to do, right? So, so I think there's definitely it's definitely a possibility that they look to move on from him because I don't see them using the 5th-year option, and I think that can could tax the relationship a little bit during the season. So
yeah, I mean I agree.
Same thing with Hollywood. I was gonna say they did the same thing Hollywood last year. Traded them before they had to make the decision, and then let the Cardinals make the decision. So I'm in support of that move too. Now that that seeing all sides of it, I wouldn't love it, but also wouldn't hate it.
Patrick Queen is a very good football player now, and that combination inside linebacker is awfully good. So I don't want to pretend like you're giving away nothing, but the hardest part about being a general manager has to be deciding what you're not going to pay. So anyway, that's the hardest part of the game, and it's what the Ravens really need to face right here. So are they not going to pay for a running back? Are they not going to pay a lot of draft capital for various positions? Are they not going to pay inside linebacker and just have one again as their guy? So lots of choices to be made, and those difficult ones are what are the really difficult things about franchise building. It's not the just put it on the credit card, go get him, make it happen, Ravens. It's not that stuff. That's the easy, non-thought way of being a GM. That's credit card debt is run up on exactly that principle. When I was young, I ran up credit card debt, and that kind of thing is because I'll always have time. I'll always have time. I know, Alec, you just bought a big new house. That's something that you undoubtedly are very familiar with as well.
Oh yeah, man! It's always looking at cash flow, looking at what you can afford, and the next big house project. But yeah, I mean, we talked about on the show we did, a couple weeks ago with the PQ decision point. I think the only thing I have to say about it at this point is think about it as an in-season trade for PQ at this point, because you probably could get a 3rd-round pick for him, maybe even more this year. And you're just basically choosing to trade this year's 3rd-round pick to have Patrick Queen still in your roster.
Yes. Hey, Ken, I want to respond to you. We don't have to be the Saints all of a sudden, but there is a balance. There is a balance. You got Lamar from age 25 to 29 now, whatever it may be. This should be the peak of his career where his legs are still deadly. Maybe not his 23-year-old legs or 22-year-old legs, but still a major, major factor over other quarterbacks. And his passing acumen, the more experience he gets, is as good as it's going to get, or is going to keep improving as well over this period. So, yeah, no, I don't want to go into cap hell, quote unquote, but to push it all in for these next 3 years, we don't have to purge after that like the Rams or the 2002 purge, but to kind of alter new era of the cap, as Jim 20, our friend Mr. Katz says in the comments, it is kind of a new era of the cap. If you're going to compete with some of these other teams who are pushing more chips forward, you have to push some of your chips forward as well, in my opinion.
Okay, I have to respond to that. Now that's true, but the Ravens also just today entered a new era in terms of who they are as a franchise. They have a second contract quarterback. The party is over in a certain sense, and the harder decisions now come. So as much as I have been a tight ass in terms of cap dollars for the last 3 or 4 years, because I always believe it's important, I'm going to be more so the next 5. Every decision has to be very closely scrutinized for cap value. And the Ravens, a bigger thing, maybe more than anything, the CBAs, the last couple of CBAs have completely changed the nature of how important it is to be good at drafting, as opposed to being able to trade for your talent and get it at the NFL level. That strategy worked in the 1970s. It worked for George Allen. It worked for the Rams and for the Redskins doing that kind of thing. They traded all their first round picks, never thought back about it. I'm talking about the Rams of the 70s now, but it doesn't work anymore. Even though we've got the Rams as a recent counterexample to that, it doesn't work anymore because the CBA has veteran contracts at this point and rookie contracts shoved down and slotted at this lower level, which make them so much the bargain that you need to have. So just a counterpoint. Like, Dan, I see you reacting to that over there.
Oh yeah, I totally agree. You look at the Eagles, that's because they have a rookie QB, right? That's a totally different thing, totally different situation with their cap. We're no longer in that conversation, right? We're more like the Chiefs, who just cut their best wide receiver last year because he was going to be too expensive. So it's going to be really tough, right? You look at, some of the other teams spending money. You got Bears, things like that. All those rookie contracts. It totally changes things. So, they're going to have to play it tight with the cap. They can go aggressive over the next year or two, but and hope that the cap level increases significantly. But you're still setting yourself back relative to everyone else. If the cap level increases, it increases for everyone. You're still behind the 8 ball if you've spent a lot of it ahead of time. So it'll be interesting to see what decisions are made.
So with the void years, you guys are saying we just did these void years just as a one-time thing, just in case Lamar didn't take the deal, so we could field the team this year. This isn't the new Ravens strategy.
I hope not.
That'd be my bet.
Yeah,
that'd be my bet, Jason. Is that that it was exactly like you said. We had to do it in order to just be $3 million under the cap. They were going to have to restructure everybody, max restructure, if they didn't get the deal done. So it was kind of by default, but not by choice.
I mean, we could have restructured Marlowe or Ronnie, had them sitting there too. So
they were going to. They were going to do that before the year started.
That's how the Ravens have used the credit card before. Extending guys and been in a bind is just giving their money up front and hurts the cap later. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. I don't think that, like I said, see somebody in the comments, John, saying the Ravens don't and never will operate under going all in all caps. But yes, there's a difference between going all in and being a little more aggressive during the prime years of your quarterback. So that's all I'm saying. It's not black and white.
Yeah, I hear where you're coming from, being strategically aggressive. And,
yes.
But at the same time, I'm still in belief that, this, I know the Ravens know that, they can't operate the way they always have in a certain extent. But at the same time, they have core organizational values and beliefs, especially when it comes to cap spending and especially when it comes to draft capital. Like Eric Costa, people want to say it's cliche all they want, but the draft really is the lifeblood of this organization. And when you're paying your quarterback what they're going to be paying him in the next 2-3 years, it's really going to have to be that more important than ever. I mean, everybody wants to talk about how integral the Chiefs draft was last year to the Super Bowl run this year. That's kind of how the Ravens are going to have to be, going forward the next 5 or 6 years with Lamar. You're going to have to make tough decisions, and you're not going to be able to pay top dollar to keep your guys. You're going to have to who's going to be their Kelsey? Andrews is going to be their Kelsey, right? So that means they're not going to be able to have a Tyreek Hill or be able to ever pay, maybe even pay Rashad Bateman big money deal if they're going to have Mark Andrews as their Kelsey and just keep reloading through the draft year after year.
Fun topic. It says the pick is in, Ken. Yeah. So we're getting close, buddy.
We're getting close. So when picks go in, I'll just raise a finger to the panelists here, and we'll call out the pick. And Goodell will stride to the podium here. Has Bryce Young moved around yet?
I saw him get up, fix his jacket. I was like,
Yeah. That's the way I was with my Lamar jersey today. As soon as it's time.
He's been making sure he looks good the whole time. Yep.
On a fun little side note. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
And Bryce Young is the guy from Alabama, number one. We had this discussion on the quarterbacks. I actually had it with Gabe Ferguson, who'll be joining us, I hope, another night on this draft. That I didn't really believe Bryce was the number one guy in this draft, even among the quarterbacks. Jason, where do you sit on this?
Didn't study the quarterbacks a ton, but I did do some digging on this, and basically it's the processing skills of Bryce Young and his pro readiness that won scouts over his height. If you want to pick a quarterback in this draft, he's the one that's ready to play right now, right away. CJ Stroud has some Ohio State stuff that he needs to work out. Anthony Richardson has some developing. Will Levis still makes poor decisions on the college level. Bryce Young doesn't. He's pro ready from everybody you hear. Even when you just go behind the scenes and try to ask questions, they're like, oh, yeah, this guy's Bryce got it. He can recite the whole playbook back to you within then. So, I'm kind of height biased myself, Ken, when it comes to quarterbacks. But as soon as Carolina traded up, that's when I figured it was going to be for Bryce Young because, again, he's the guy that can win right now. And I feel like they think they can win now in that division, even with what Atlanta has done already.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else?
Yeah.
I'm a little disappointed.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I'm a little disappointed. I mean, I was really hoping that they would do something a little bit bolder after trading all those assets and go with a guy like Richardson, who I think has the highest ceiling in this draft. But, they did the extremely predictable thing, even though, honestly, when they first traded for the pick, I thought it was going to be Stroud, just because I think that's where the buzz was at the time. And then it shifted back to Young, who it's like always been, right? Like last year, everyone was talking about how Young was going to go first overall this year. And look what, like everything came full circle.
Yeah, I thought the immediate CJ Stroud hype after they traded up to number one, everybody was saying, "Oh, it's going to be Stroud because Frank Reich doesn't like short quarterbacks." I thought that was like the dumbest thing I ever heard. Like I was like, "You're basing your analysis off of the historical fact that he's been stuck with taller quarterbacks, and that the teams that he's worked for have drafted or traded for taller quarterbacks." That doesn't make any sense. You take the best prospect. You don't trade all the way up, to number one for a guy for simply the fact that he's 6'4" or whatever tall Stroud is, and I just think people kind of overthink these things sometimes, and the kind of paralysis by analysis thing. You kind of over nitpick a guy, and I mean, to me, Bryce Young has always kind of been the dude. I know he's a little undersized, but it's not like we're talking about Kyler Murray here, where his game is reliant on his running ability. I mean, this dude can cut you from the pocket too. So Bryce Young was kind of my QB1 throughout this whole process too, and I'm not surprised in the slightest.
So we got at least three different QB ones among these five, but it sounds like that we have Bryce, and Bryce Young is the favorite of both Jason and Josh. Where are you, Dan, in terms of who is your number one quarterback?
Oh, I didn't really study them too much, but I think you hear about the the Richardson ceiling, and I think that's where I would have gone to as well. I just think his potential is too high for me to ignore, so I would have gone with that. Admittedly, not watching too much of any of them, so.
All right, I got to say this right now. Good comments from Shrimp Trawler and Jim 20 Eyes, both giving us specific tidbits on Bryce Young. If you do that, maximizes your chance that your comment will be shown on screen. So I'll just tell you that's good stuff, and we want to make sure we get to that kind of stuff. We got the big board. Jason's big board is linked in the comments right now. Definitely worth a look. We're coming up on the. I don't see them on the clock yet, but they must be on the clock since the pick has been made. Who do we see going next?
This one is going to be an interesting one. This has been where the talk has really, escalated over the last hour or two a ton. The betting markets are just like all over CJ Stroud right now. I think it was like negative 2,000 or whatever. Like it was just. The money is all with CJ Stroud right now. Whether that means Houston is going to do it or someone's going to trade with Houston, I don't know. But I think this pick could hugely determine what happens next and whether there's trades. And I think it'll really have a lot of downstream impact. So
I think it has to be quarterback. I mean, if you just look at the Texans depth chart right now, I mean, when you're looking at Case Keenum and Davis Mills and EJ Perry or AJ Perry, whatever the guy's name is. I mean, I wasn't really buying the hype of a defensive player at second overall. I think it's got to be quarterback because you can't go into your your season with those guys?
It's interesting because when I try to predict the top of the draft, just from a Ravens perspective, I always don't worry about who's picking and figure the trades will happen. The quarterbacks will get pushed up to where I believe they will go. And for me, that's where Stroud and Richardson enters the room for me. I could see either one depending on what you want in a quarterback. I like Richardson a lot. I really do. The way the ball come off his hand, it just looks different. It looks different. It shoots out of his hand, and of course his athletic skills. So if you're going to have to develop somebody, and you're trusting your coaching staff, and you're trusting the work ethic, all the stuff we don't get to see and know about these prospects. How good are they in the classroom? How quickly do they pick up things? Maybe Anthony Richardson's the guy that you want walking in your building every day to lead your team for the next 5 years. Maybe you love CJ Stroud for those reasons. So when I'm stacking the board, I kind of figure, hey, we're going to have quarterbacks go early because they usually do. Some will fall. We've seen Malik Willis last year fall. Saw Aaron Rodgers fall a long time ago. They will fall too. But in this draft with a weak top half, I kind of feel like this pick will be a quarterback. I guess we're going to see.
Pick is in. There we go. CJ Stroud, Ohio State, is the number 2 pick. A lot of people would consider him the safest QB in this draft. Obviously, Bryce Young, the height issues. CJ Stroud is the kind of a normal quarterback height to be a pocket passer. Richardson is certainly as well, but has some other issues with regard to accuracy currently. So this is an interesting pick. I didn't really buy anybody else cracking that top 3 group. Hendon Hooker is older. Will Levis is a guy who's had a lot of issues competing in the SEC at Kentucky. Did you see anybody else as being close to that top 3 group, Jason?
I think it's flavor choice and what you know behind the scenes on Anthony Richardson. I think he could very well be picked within these next 3 picks, 3, 4, 5, top 5 guy. Because, like I said, what you see on film is one thing. What you know about them is a totally different thing when it comes to quarterbacks.
For me, it was. Oh, go ahead.
No, please.
Oh yeah. I was going to say, to me, the best landing spot for Anthony Richardson to me was always the Colts, just because of what their head coach did with Jalen Hurts. As far as developing him and his career arc to start off, kind of relying on his legs early on in his career, then developing him more as a passer made the most sense for me. I'm glad that the Texans didn't overthink this pick with Stroud. To me, he has the highest floor of anybody in this draft. I mean, as far as intangibles and height and weight and all that kind of stuff, just really no. I mean, yeah, people in the back on Ohio State quarterbacks, but I mean, of the guys that have come out in the last 10 years or so, I feel like Stroud is the best of the bunch.
Now, I'm not privy to this, but the Texans didn't like CJ, but the owner stepped in to force the pick. Does this sound right?
Well, there's been a lot of talk about the coaches, and that's why they were out on the quarterbacks and looking to defenses. That none of the coaches were sold on any of the QB prospects. So that's why there was the discussion about whether they would trade or go defense. But I don't know whether that's really true or what happened. But there was discussion that the owner was like, no, we're overthinking this. Just get a quarterback. We have the number 2 pick. Let's just pick which one you like and do it. So, which there's some logic to, but I think the tough thing is that Houston has so many holes. Their team is a mess. So poor quarterback that has to go to them versus Carolina or Indianapolis or something like that. So, man, it's going to be rough for CJ Stroud.
Before the 2003 draft, they had a number of very clever NFL commercials. In fact, Ray Lewis really was reintroduced to the NFL in that 2003 draft after the years after the trial and the Super Bowl win and all. But as a commercial property, is really reintroduced then. And one of the things they had was a commercial about the draft that showed the Texans quarterback. Help me out with the name here, because he is
David Carr.
Yeah, David Carr. His brother played for the Giants, I was thinking. But anyway, maybe he did later. But anyway, he's lined up under center. There's a running back and there's one wide receiver, and there's no other players on their field lined up against 11. And he goes, wait to see if your team fills a hole they need, kind of thing, was the caption on this. I thought that was a hilarious way to do that commercial.
So odds on this pick being traded, number 3 pick.
Very high, very high.
Don't need a quarterback. Probably looking to get out. Just put it up to the people there in the comments, but we will see. That's the big question here. Does somebody like Anthony Richardson or Levis good enough to move up, go ahead of the Colts, who could make a pick for a quarterback? Are the Colts going to be the one that has to trade up to avoid somebody skipping them? So this is the fun part of the draft right here. Luckily, we're not involved as far as a stress point, but I'm happy to see the quarterbacks go. The more quarterbacks, the better. Let's get that run started. Maybe somebody loves Hendon Hooker and takes them before us. So the more quarterbacks, the better for the Ravens.
Yeah, absolutely. And we promise people Ravens-centric coverage. That's the first thing we need to say is we want players of positions that we expect to go and are at positions of non-need, obviously. So if Bijan Robinson goes, it's probably good before 22 because I don't think the Ravens would draft him anyway. And obviously, the top tackles all going before 22 is not the end of the world. The top quarterbacks going is a good thing. But more than that, it's like, let's not have any surprise players go before 22. And I'm still very leery that somebody is going to reach up and get Forbes early. If you want a surprise player, it'd be nice if Jack Campbell went in the top 15 or 20. That would be it's a bad inside linebacker year. You got a Mike linebacker as a sure thing with Campbell. It wouldn't be the most outrageous pick, certainly in NFL history.
I wouldn't be surprised. Go ahead. I was going to say I wouldn't be surprised to see Brian Branch be my surprise shocker to scoot up and go in the first 15. I mean, he's projected around 20s, 30s anyway. You look at the safety class, I think there's a huge gap in between Brian Branch and then Antonio Johnson, who I have at number 2. Brian Branch can play in the slot. He can play strong safety. Heck, he looks pretty instinctual at free safety too. One team might look at him and be like, that's the perfect combo safety. He's much better free safety than the guy we have now, or maybe they have a developmental free safety. So Brian Branch would be my sleeper that maybe wouldn't be on the Ravens' radar for 22. Maybe they want a corner or some other position. Maybe some other team needs a safety.
Cardinals have made a trade here. Houston has acquired the 3rd pick. So Houston just picked. They're picking again.
That's so necessary.
If they pick Tyree Wilson, his mom was born and raised in Alaska, and I'm going to try to talk to her whenever he goes. So that's on a fun little note. Tyree Wilson's mom was born and raised, and actually Tyree Wilson himself was born in Alaska, raised in Texas, but born in Alaska.
So how about they just pick 2 quarterbacks?
Yeah, I like it. They didn't know which one, so they're going to go with 2. Shotgun approach.
Well, hey,
it's going to be Will Anderson. I just know it.
So who are the realistic possibilities are Carter, Anderson, and Wilson? Realistically,
yeah.
It won't be a wide receiver.
No. I think this might be maybe you're comfortable with Jalen Carter and want to take him because to me he's undisputedly the best player in this draft. So Will Anderson, sure, if you like him better, but yeah, hey, quarterbacks bust out in the first round 40-some% of the time. Maybe Dan's got the numbers. We'll just take 2 of them. We'll sort it out.
I think D'Amico wants his Nick Bosa, so I think it's going to be an edge rusher here.
Who's got betting markets up right now? Anything on this pick, or is it not still available for who the Texans might take at number 3? Because I'm guessing those 3 guys would make up the primary of the most of them. I bet Anderson. I'll go with Josh on this one. That it won't be Wilson or Carter. I think Carter's still the whole situation seems to have been resolved with the racing incident, and yet I'm not sure the teams aren't still leery of that in terms of judgment.
I mean, yes, it's this decision-making thing. Like, okay, yeah, this situation may be resolved, but what's to stop you from getting on a motorcycle or hopping in a fast car and doing some other dumb stuff, 5 months from now or a year from now or 2 years from now?
Well, you got to see, you have to determine for yourself if it's a one-off or not. Because I'll tell you what, if I was doing something stupid and killed 2 people in a car, I wouldn't be doing something stupid in the car anymore. Others, it's a repetitive behavior. I think it'll go back to what he was like on campus, his practice habits. Was he getting into fights or other stuff on campus that were covered up by the colleges that we don't know about? That kind of thing, lapse in judgments happen. As that one was a costly one, cost lives, 2 lives. So, yeah.
Pick is in. Will Anderson, pretty much a consensus pick, 34 and a half college sacks. I couldn't think of much to say bad about him at all. He's just an unbelievable football player. Can bend around you, can go right through you. Does it all very well. But one of the things I didn't like was he only had one forced fumble in 34 and a half career sacks. That to me is a little surprising, but something probably they can clean up at the pro level.
I think
Yeah,
it's
it just seems like some
luck-based stat too. Like, yes, the player has something to do with it, as Marlon Humphrey has shown. And, if you get to the play, you have a nose for the ball. David Ajabo is one of those guys. Can be luck-based too. So I'm not sure, with the only two. I only watched two of Will Anderson because he was just stud straight on prospect. I don't know if he doesn't stab for the ball or if he, just wants to form tackle or whatever it is. But yeah, he's a really complete prospect. Great pick for the Texans.
Seems like that'd be a pretty easy thing to fix to the club.
Yeah. I think that's something you can really fix with coaching. I'm a little surprised that it wasn't fixed with coaching at Alabama. I wasn't a subscriber to those. Oh, he's a maxed out kind of guy. If anything, I feel like, if the Texas just kind of cut him loose on the edge, he could be even more productive than he was in college. Because a lot of times, just based on what I've read and what I've seen, he spent a lot of time kind of reading and diagnosing than just going to hunt. So I feel like he's a guy that still has a ways to go as far as his potential, and he can. I think he's going to average. He's a guy that can average 10, 12 sacks a year easy.
Another pick, I think we'd agree, doesn't really hurt the Ravens' chances in any way. This is a guy who would definitely be gone before they picked. We got an interesting question up here I want to try and answer while we have a little break here before the next pick is from Brandon Croxton. Brandon's been on the show a couple of times, a cerebral man, and he made the point that Bijan Robinson was not in either Jason or my Sweet 16 when we did the show on his channel, Huddled Up Films. And we each had our reasons for it, but my primary one is not wanting to draft a running back in the first round. Well,
he was number 19 on my list, so he's not too far away. That's not counting quarterbacks, by the way. So when you put it in those terms, a pick that I would be looking for in the mid-20s, if he's still there, he's going to improve your football team a lot. Philosophically, I'm with Ken. This draft in particular is really deep as far as role-playing running backs. Bijan, some people think he's Saquon Barkley. I don't necessarily think he's that good. I see him get chased down from behind too much to know he doesn't have that kind of explosiveness in this game, but quick feet, can pass block, can do everything. I really like Jahmyr Gibbs too, a consensus number 2 back who can be your McCaffrey, your Kamara in this draft, come out of the slot, run routes out of the slot, really stress a defense by flexing out at the last second before the ball is snapped. But so it's not to take anything away from Bijan Robinson. If he's picked and J.K. Dobbins is traded for a day 2 or 3 pick or something like that, maybe it makes sense. Maybe you upgrade, you reset the clock there. But after the 2021 debacle at running backs, I don't want to pay. I sure as heck don't want to pay a running back. Okay. So if you have a pick between you draft them or you trade them, I like drafting them. That's my personal philosophy.
I'm with you. Alec, take a look at this one here. Yeah. David Rakoff's comment here. Now the Cardinals have 2 top second-round picks, maybe more likely to reimburse the Ravens with second-round capital for Hopkins for a first.
Yeah, I definitely can see that. I was sharing that with some friends. That's an interesting idea. I just don't know. I don't know, man. I really don't know what's going to happen here. When I think about the offense with OBJ, Hopkins, Bateman, Dobbins, I mean, there's not that many snaps, man. I know people might get hurt, but it just seems like a little bit of a little too much.
All right. Well, we got the pick is in, and it didn't look like the Colts draft room was all that happy to me.
No, they're just sitting here chilling right now.
Hey, maybe also, some of them don't like Richardson or don't like Levis or whoever they're taking.
Yeah. If they take Levis, then the whole draft room should be livid. Like it's the worst pick ever.
What do you guys think? What the Texans give up to get to 3?
I think it's crazy. That's what I was going to get to. Like they're hopping from a team that's slightly.
Yeah, so they gave up. So they gave up. They got
Josh.
Number
let's
3.
Let's let our trade guy. We have 2 trade guys here who've been analyzing this. I just want to give them a shot to do that. I apologize for that.
You good?
Yeah. So the trade that was that went through was the 3rd pick and the 105th pick for the 12th pick, the 33rd pick, next year's 1st, and next year's 3rd.
Jesus.
So
Yeah.
so a decent chunk. It really. If you discount them 50%, which is kind of, average. Some people discount a full round. Some people discount less than that, whatever. It's pretty even. It's not that uneven if you look at all the charts. So it's a little bit difficult to know where the 1st is going to sit next year. You don't know which 1st as well, because I think they have Cleveland's. So.
All right, pick is in at number 4. Anthony Richardson does go to the Colts. No Will Levis. And that is certainly the first big measurables guy to go in this draft.
Okay, so I'm very happy. First of all, the quarterbacks, 3 out of the first 4 picks. Big win for the Ravens. Well, maybe a small win. Maybe they would have won a couple picks later. But it's good to put the pressure on for anybody that likes Will Levis, and then Hooker maybe even with that 5th-year option. And then also just side brag. First 3 quarterbacks in order on the big board have hit. So here we are. We're off and running here, 2023 draft.
Yeah, I love the landing spot for Richardson here. He's a guy that can sit behind Minshew for a year, and just really this kind of build that offense around them. I mean, I actually like the Colts offense. I just feel like it wasn't tailor made for Matt Ryan last year. I mean, even though you're paying all that money to the offensive line, you would have thought they'd protect your statue as quarterback. But for a guy that can create on his own, and you still have Jonathan Taylor and 2 big-bodied receivers with wide catch radiuses on the outside, and Pierce and Pittman, I think it's I love this spot for him. I love the fit for him. And the more quarterbacks, like you guys said, the more quarterbacks to go ahead of the Ravens, the better.
In a lot of ways, I looked at Richardson as the perfect quarterback for the Ravens. There's no way he was going to drop to the Ravens at 22, but he would have been an exciting pick to take if the Lamar situation had not been resolved, because you'd have Lamar on the tag, and then you could potentially transition and have that year. That really still applies to the Ravens, who I think we can have this discussion now, maybe probably still need to think about drafting a quarterback later in this draft. Tyler Huntley is there. They can try and do it with UDFA guys again. But there also are some guys they could have late, 5th, 6th round, later even, that could be the right call to make sure they're not tied up in a UDFA fight for guys that they expect to get.
Yeah, 2 guys that I like a lot are DTR, Dorian I forgot his name, Dorian Thompson-Robinson. Yeah, and then Stetson Bennett. And I feel like either one of those guys, day 3, I'd be fine in the 5th or 6th. Stetson, makes the most sense given his familiarity with Todd Monken and everything. A little on the older side, but I feel like he's the most pro ready of the projected day 3 guys, and I like him a lot. The DTR just from a most similar to Lamar fit as far as the athletic ability and everything. He's a more 5-year starter too, so he's a little long in the tooth, but not as old as Bennett.
Nobody. What do you think, Jason?
I think that this draft in particular, there are a lot of draftable quarterbacks, more than usual. When I start looking at the different names and the rankings, they get pushed up. And my only question is, do you have to keep 3 quarterbacks on the roster all year? Which, of course, is the special teams aspect and everything else as you're rotating throughout the year. The practice squad rules have changed. But that'd be the only thing I would say negative. I think that you could find an upgrade to Tyler Huntley and a longer term solution to back up, but only 5 draft picks, it wouldn't be one of my picks. And also, Ken, I asked in the comments, Richardson, boom or bust. We're getting unanimous booms there for Richardson. So people love that pick for the team in Indy.
All right.
Well, I think it's a great fit too, right? We talked about that a little bit. It's a really solid fit, so I think that really helps this development. So, all
right, outstanding. Only 3:24 left on the clock. Feels like the first round's going fast, but I see almost an hour is gone. We've had the entire first round done at about 2:40 before, I think. But last couple of years have taken longer. I know Michael Crawford and I were doing it. It was almost a 4-hour first round where just every pick seems to be, trade activity going on of some sort, or at least people waiting for the phone to ring. I think there'll probably be a little bit less of this if we're right about the gradation of this draft. I know that's something we talked about in our shows, Jason, is and the Sweet 16 show I did with you, is that the gradation in this draft, not as many first round grades on players this year.
No, I expect my board to be all jacked up. And I remember seeing on your show, like last year, my board was really, really clean, did a great job of evaluating. I was happy with myself and happy with the way things went. But this year, Ken, after pick, like, I want to say 12 to 14, something like that, I totally suspect somebody I have in the 30s, 40s, maybe even 50s or 60s, maybe 2, 3 of those guys, 4 of those guys will go tonight. And that's what makes it so unpredictable because as I was explaining, I was talking to my wife about this. You need a wide receiver. Well, do you need a speed receiver? Do you need a big receiver? Do you need a route running receiver? Do you want a receiver with a high floor? Do you want a receiver with a high upside that you can go for it? And it's like that, not only for receiver, but for every position throughout the draft. Like I said, Brian Branch's safety seems like the clearest, best safety. Other than that, there's a mishmash of guys that you can make a case fits your team best. So it's going to make for a very interesting and unpredictable rest of the first round, in my opinion. I doubt it's going to be like the mock drafts that you've seen everywhere. Maybe you can count 10, 12, 15 guys that you know are going to go. After that, man, we're going to see how right these mock drafters and evaluators are.
We're getting some background noise from somebody here. We got technical details we have to work through on air. Sorry, folks. We really appreciate you joining us for this watch party. But Josh, you have an air conditioner going on behind you?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, nothing going on here. Still sitting. Everything's the same.
I don't think it's here, but anyway, everybody. Not me. Everybody mute individually, and we'll go through this one at a time here.
I'll go through and find who it is.
Okay.
There you go.
All right, outstanding. The Seahawks pick is in. It's being delayed by commercial right now, but we have that to look forward to in a moment. Who are we expecting at number 5 right now?
This one I think will be really interesting. I think it'll be interesting whether they go with Jalen Carter or if they're comfortable with him, or Tyree Wilson would be another one. I think they're probably going defense. So, but we'll see what
Hey, Josh, it is something in your background.
I don't have anything going on back here.
If I drop you out, it goes away.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it sounded.
Sounds like an air conditioner, maybe.
Yeah.
Don't know if you have the TV volume on low or what it might be. I have.
No, I have my TV on mute, and we don't have air conditioners in Alaska because it doesn't get hot enough. It doesn't get hot enough to warrant one.
That sounds nice. That sounds nice, actually. It sounds real nice.
I am
Maybe
in my basement.
Maybe you want to check in, check out, or unplug, replug, something like that. But
I think it's good now, right?
it's good now, yeah. All the way went away. It was like feedback, Josh. I don't think it was air conditioner.
Yeah,
Sounds
it might
like
have been. It was
noise.
something with maybe your microphone.
Okay.
Wow, we got it fixed.
Cool.
All right, talking quarterbacks again. Another question from Brandon Croxton. Thoughts about Anthony Brown as a backup quarterback? And this would be keeping him probably on the practice squad because Huntley, it looks like, is going to make the team. I assume Huntley will make the team. It's tender he signed is not guaranteed typically, although they may have put in a few guaranteed dollars into it. They could decide Anthony Brown is their number 2 guy, but presumably, Huntley has a hold on that number 2 job. The Ravens have to get that transitioned at some point. I mean, it doesn't. I don't think they should wait necessarily until next year to shift backup quarterbacks. Where are you guys on that?
Yeah, I don't have a strong opinion on it either way. Anthony Brown himself, yes, I think we should keep him on the practice squad and give him another year because, as Brandon said, he looked pretty comfortable in that Bengals game and in his opening game, whatever that was, where he came in and led the game-winning drive. Ken, we got news?
Yeah, we got news. The pick is in. Devon Witherspoon of Illinois drafted a guy I absolutely loved over Gonzalez, and that was a lot of people had questions about whether it's him or Gonzalez. We have a certain arrogance as evaluators, I think, comes in trying to put together all the pieces and say, well, I really like this guy's judgment. I like the go. He doesn't fall from wiggle. And in the way we look at the top of the route, I like his man coverage skills. I like his way of finding the football. When you put it all together, Devon Witherspoon had the best on-field results of any quarterback. It wasn't even close. 25.3 passer rating against at cornerback playing in the Big Ten. So not the SEC, but big-time territory nonetheless. Whereas you compare it to him to Gonzalez, who allowed 7.7 yards per target. And his passer rating against is not terrible. It's about 75 or thereabouts. But it's also not great for a first-round cornerback.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Josh.
I was like, I don't hate the pick. I'm just a little surprised that it was the Seahawks, given their propensity for drafting and developing guys later in the draft. I mean, you got Tariq Woolen in the 5th round last year.
Great point.
I know that you don't always want to bet on your coaching and BPA and all that, but it gets to the point where it's like, man, like given their history for drafting and developing guys. I was just surprised, and I really thought they were going to go front 7 here, whether it was Carter or Wilson. And I'm just a little shocked.
Well, I said it was going to be a funky draft. This is not a surprise. A player who certainly was expected to be gone before the Ravens got a chance. Of course, it's at a position of need for the Ravens. Hopefully it doesn't start a run at cornerback, which would be the danger here, that all of a sudden we see 4 cornerbacks gone by number 15, say, and that would not be good. But I think Witherspoon was an expected top 10 pick. And a guy Jason, I didn't think you got a chance to talk about Gonzalez or
It's okay. I had a couple of things just quickly. When the games, I can only go by the games I watch. I do look at the stats, but it looked like to me, coverage wise, I like Gonzalez actually a little bit better. But as far as the tackling, Witherspoon was the best tackler by far. So I'm wondering on these, these short passes, these screens, these slants, other things like that with a 90% possibility of being completed, that they may have ran against both of those corners if Witherspoon was the guy who was able to recognize it and knock it down. But coverage wise, I kind of preferred Gonzalez better. Witherspoon definitely the more physical player. And then we had on the backup quarterback talk. I just wanted to say that for me, Anthony Brown gives me confidence that if we did make a move at quarterback to draft a backup later, like Wanna Smoke said, maybe DTR is a good backup for Lamar, good fit wise, or somebody else like that. We could do that because of the confidence in Anthony Brown to bail us out if it gets really, really bad for a game or two in the season.
Great point. Alec, we haven't heard from you in a while. What do you have to say about this pick?
Oh, I mean, this is great. I mean, I was just telling the guys, not my or corner one either, but a fantastic player. You can't deny the production, the yards per target. And I think they got themselves a great player.
Great question here from Wanna Smoke. How late? Good name too. How late do you think DTR goes?
Latest the 6th for me. I think the 5th round is a sweet spot for him. Just you said, given his athletic ability. But I think the latest he'll go is 6th round. And if he does still there in the 6th round, I don't think he gets past the Ravens, to be honest.
Great. Sounds about right to me. I wouldn't be surprised if it was a little earlier. But, I think that, even the Indianapolis team out there might want one, or another team with a mobile quarterback, because DTR's got the physical skills, man. It's not just his legs, it's his arm. He's got both. Of course, coming from out west, he's going to have to, get adjusted to the NFL game. But yeah, good player, good prospect.
We've just had a trade. The Cardinals have acquired the number 6 pick here. Arizona Cardinals already making news in this one, but they trade up to get Detroit's pick. Let's have a little bit of in advance prognostication from you guys on what they might have traded. This is the hardest time in the draft to get this right. But I'm sorry, I'm asking our trade guys, Josh, for the trade analysis. Yeah.
So they just got the 12th, right? So they're moving up from the 12th to the 6th. So probably something maybe in the late second is something that they could add in. I've already forgotten what they got back from Houston, but that 12th from Houston is probably what they did in order and moved back up with maybe a round 2 or something like that.
So
yeah,
I have a out of the box theory here. The Cardinals, well, this isn't part of it, isn't out of the box. They just seem to be blowing the whole thing up. They really do. It's just we want to move this, we want to move that, and a lot of people have talked about DeAndre Hopkins. Does Hollywood even have any value in year 2? Because the contract he signed compared to the other contracts isn't like a terrible throwaway albatross type contract. It's a fair contract, I would say. Much like if you traded for another receiver making 14, 15 a year. So I wonder if would Hollywood come back? That's kind of a crazy scenario right there.
not seeing that. Josh, what do you think about that?
Hollywood coming back or the trade itself?
Either one.
If Hollywood were to come back, they wouldn't give up anything for him. If he'd come back, it'd have to be next year as a free agent. But as far as the trade, you guys want me to? Do you guys already know what it was for, or you want me to share it now? Because they already announced it on.
No, the pick is not in as I have it. As soon as
not the pick. I was talking about the trade details.
Go ahead and say it, Josh.
Yeah. So it was the number 6 pick for the second for the 12th overall pick and the 34th overall pick. So their original pick in the second round for the Cardinals. So,
that's fantastic value for Detroit.
Fantastic. I mean, I think Detroit's going to clean up tonight and the first 2 days in the draft especially.
But what I'll say, Ken, is that this is huge for the Cardinals because those are 2 picks that Houston gave them, right? They gave them the 12th and the 34th plus 2 from next year, and they're going to end up with the same pick that they would have picked in number 3. They're going to go with Carter or Tyree is my guess, and that's probably who they were going to be stuck with in round or the 3rd pick. So they just cashed in. I think they overpaid for this trade back up, but overall, that's a pretty good deal to get the player you wanted and get some stuff.
One thing I always tell people is you can't make a bad bet and a good bet and say your overall betting was good. Okay, and you're an actuary, you know exactly what I'm saying. All right, let's wait on this pick here for just a second. Okay, Paris Johnson, offensive tackle, is the number 6 pick. A great one. I had him as 3rd on my Ravens board. If he was still available, he would have been a guy who would have taken ahead of all other needs, even just because he's too damn good, frankly, in terms of what he brings. Great long arms. I'm going to say that right about an offensive tackle, and good feet as well. And he gets away from all questions of can he play left tackle or not, which I think is the question the Ravens will have to answer in the rest of this draft in terms of getting a developmental guy. It needs to be a guy who they're sure can play left tackle, not somebody who maybe he's a swing tackle, maybe he's a guard tackle. I don't want versatility. I want a left tackle.
Yeah, Paris Johnson Jr., number 1 tackle on my board. Just very good feet to go along with those long arms. And I think he still has the upside. Great pick. Left tackle is always a great pick. In true first round grades, really hard to come by. Only had 8 on my board this year. It just goes to show you that you can't fade a player like that too far down the draft board, no matter what your need is. And yes, I think the tackle conversation is an interesting one because, if we did not draft a developmental left tackle this year and went for a right tackle of the future, that would actually be my personal preferences over Ken. Developmental guy, it takes 2 or 3 years. Well, yeah, they kind of come out a lot. Maybe we can get one as a UDFA. But Morgan Moses may be coming up on his last year or so as your right tackle. Faalele, big question mark. He was always a project to begin with. Does he move to guard like Harbaugh suggested? So, yeah, tackle position, if we added one, that would be a solid move for the Ravens at some point in this draft.
Let me just address the one component of that. Are you okay getting a right tackle because they're going to lose Moses in another year or might lose Moses another year? Or do you require, as I do, that it's got to be a guy who can play left tackle?
Number one, I mean, I think they're two different players. I think they could be the same players, but you could be talking about two different players there. But if you're gonna get like left tackles, yeah, I know you brought up the Steelers tackle. That's a long shot. You got to bring those guys in and give them a chance. But a right tackle that you draft, you could take one in the second, third round, and he could probably be a plus starter for you. So I look at them as two different categories, Ken, if that helps.
If you're waiting until round 5, let's say, and the guy you're getting is Spencer Brown, actually went higher than that, but he was it that high? I thought it was like 70.
Second round, yeah, second round right tackle. That's the kind of player I'm talking about. But like later in the draft, your Blake Freelands, your Wanya Morris's, those kind of guys, they should be available. One of them at least will be available down 5, 6, something like that. So, two different positions to address as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, the guy I'm talking about, Spencer Brown, went at number 93 to the Bills in 21.
So third. Okay.
He's the Northern Iowa guy who you're taking a chance, but you have a chance to get a left tackle out of the job. I'm going to look up the Steelers guy. I mean, I think it's Mason.
He's a right tackle, by the way, for the Bills.
Spencer Brown is now.
Yes. So, yeah,
right.
Day 2 pick on a right tackle or a day 3 pick on a left tackle. I think they're, maybe you find a guy that can be both, but I think they're two different positions. If you want to like replace Morgan Moses long term, you're going to have to spend an early pick for that. Okay.
Dan Moore is the guy I'm thinking of, who's a 4th round pick for the Steelers, who was a guy who, they're trying to make him play at left tackle. And I just, the Ravens, that's the problem that keeps coming up, is they don't have anybody to play left tackle. It's not that they can't find guys to stick in there at right tackle and get by. A lot of their concepts will work with that, but they've got to have blindside protection.
Our buddy, Mr. Katz, brought up one pick before us, Spencer Brown.
Yeah,
one pick before us. That's right.
Yeah, I completely agree with the folks who are saying this is a steal for Detroit.
It is, yeah. Looking at the different charts, it looks like Detroit basically paid 90%, 70%, 85%, depending on the charts, and gaining something around an early to mid 3rd round pick, basically of value. So pretty solid. And I completely right afterwards that I thought they were going to go with someone that was a top 3 pick, and they I think they reached a little bit for that tackle, but to spend all that to then jump to that, so interesting move.
Man, I just go ahead.
No, please.
Oh, I was saying from a Cardinals standpoint, like I understand your need at left tackle, but you have so many other holes in that roster that, like, why are you giving up draft capital on day 2 that you just got to move up? And there are going to be, to me, there are going to be tackles available at 12. So I just feel like you could have waited there and got your tackle instead of trading up. And like I said, for a team with so many holes, like the more premium picks, the better. So I don't really love it from a Cardinals standpoint as far as what they gave up to get him.
Detroit is standing right now with the 12th, the 18th, the 34th, the 48th, and the 55th pick.
Holy guacamole. 5 picks in the first 2 rounds, or 5 in the first 55, in fact. That's a lot better than that.
Yeah, if only it was a good draft, though. Only it was a good draft. Last year's draft, man, I'll be doing backflips.
Okay,
but
so
yes, Chris, I put the. Oh, sorry, Ken. I was going to say I put I pasted the big board.
So the link is there. We'll probably bring that up during the show occasionally, Josh Soroka, and we'll when we have a chance, and we'll look at it. And this might be an interesting time because it might be too late, but who's the athletic freak that the Raiders could take that we wouldn't mind them getting, because they seem to make some mistakes in the first round.
How about Will Levis?
That'd be great. All for it.
Jeff George, like?
Yeah.
Okay, pick us in.
You seen those back muscles?
That's a Raider.
I'm more disgusted by the eating the banana without peeling it thing.
And the mayonnaise in the coffee.
Yeah.
That hurt me.
He's an odd duck.
I tell you what, this is always fun watching the draft with you guys. I can tell you that.
So more disgusting, people eating the banana with the peel on or mayo in the coffee. Check in below. Let us know, fellas. What's more disgusting?
Which is worse, eating a banana with the peel on or eating an orange with the peel on? Which would you rather do?
I don't know. I never tasted either.
You've eaten orange peel before if you've had marmalade, but
Oh,
but banana peel, our dogs love it. But Maureen chops up the banana peel for the dogs; they seem to love it. So,
okay.
that's
Pro
not-
tip from Mr. McKusick there. Dog care, or call PETA on them. Whatever. If it's okay, here we go. I'm excited about this pick.
He's timidly walking to the podium. I wonder what he's waiting for. All right. Well, Tyree Wilson goes off. A lot of people's favorite edge after Will Anderson, and some people's favorite edge before Will Anderson. Where were you on it, Jason?
Yeah, I have Will Anderson ahead of him, but I made the argument with you, Ken, that I would say if I had to choose, that I think Wilson has the higher upside. He's just a bully. The long arm, speed to power is money in the bank. Anything he can build off of that is just going to play so well because his speed to power, long arm is so good. Just a more athletic overall player than Will Anderson. Will Anderson's got it all up here, but you talk about athletic freak and Raiders. They found one at the edge. Max Crosby, though, on that team. I don't know if Josh has the depth chart, though, but how does that complement with what they have?
They still have Chandler Jones too, so they're 3 deep at edge right now. I was surprised they didn't go Gonzalez here, just given their glaring need at corner, but it was too much of a value to pass up. I definitely had Wilson rated higher than Gonzalez as far as my overall player rankings, but yeah. Good for Wilson. I'm gonna be trying to call his mom here in the next couple of days. I know they're gonna celebrate tonight and then probably fly out to Vegas tomorrow, and so I'll probably catch up with her Saturday at the earliest.
Not the worst place to get drafted. I mean, you could get drafted in Alaska, right, Josh?
Right? it gets drafty up here, man. I'll tell you that, especially this summertime.
So, got an update on the trade that went through with Arizona. It was actually not just 6 for 12 and 34. It was 6 and 81 for 12, 34, and 168.
Okay,
and you can poo-poo JJ all you want. It's 100% spot on. It's like literally exact. So it just is another point where teams use JJ chart or something very similar to it, whether analysts believe that is appropriate to measure value is a different discussion, but trades are still more often than not very on JJ chart. So
yeah, it's the price of need is a way to think of it. Interest rates are always positive, even when inflation is 0. Or they should be. I mean, that's one of the big fears is if you actually have deflation, what do interest rates do? So it's definitely something you have to account for is that the JJ chart does represent that. And I keep hearing that other charts represent it better. And then I've talked to Spielberger about his chart that he has with Fitzgerald. And one of the problems is it uses AV, but it doesn't deduct the replacement level. And that's the one I've never really seen addressed. I mean, AV has its own issues that it's not the be all end all statistic. And you could come up with other things. You could do a PFF number or get whatever to evaluate value that I might trust it more. But if my basic problem is you need to subtract the replacement level from the bottom of that, or you really don't have anything.
Right. Yeah. And there's so many assumptions that go into all those models, and they're a little bit black boxy and everything. But, I think it's an interesting discussion to be had, depending on kind of how teams view how good they are at picking versus how good they actually are, and that leads to very different valuation of picks. So, but I think that's I think those are two, again, different discussions, right? What the actual value is versus what the trade value is. Like, if teams think they're good at picking, that's what matters, right? Right. It doesn't matter what you think their value of their pick is. So it looks like, I don't know if it's probably not out yet, but I think Atlanta's pick is in, but just not announced yet because of commercial. So I think that'll be an interesting one. There's been the talk about Bijan Robinson there. I think that would be a stretch, but would be an interesting pairing to watch with him with that team. So.
A lot of Falcons fans on my timeline on Twitter talking about Bijan, wanting Bijan, which I personally don't understand because I loved what I saw from Tyler Algier last year, running that scheme. He looks perfect for it. You get him a compliment, a smaller, quicker back, maybe a pass catching back. One can be had. So I didn't really understand the infatuation with Bijan, but he was definitely on the minds of Twitter, their analysts, their reporters, all of them talk about Bijan for the last couple of months.
Yeah, no, I like Cordell Patterson for them too. So I didn't see that as making any sense at all. I mean, I love Bijan too, just not for them. I mean, the place the earliest thing I think Bijan can go would be to Philly at 10, just because I'm not a big advocate for running backs in the first round unless your team is kind of ready made to contend to compete for a championship. Positional value, unless the guy's like a surefire pick, and even then 10 is kind of rich for a running back for me.
You're on mute. You're on mute.
Sorry, we got to keep a scoreboard of this now. We've had a couple of ones here going there so far. But anyway, Alec, I wanted to get your idea on Jalen Carter in terms of the Ravens board. How do you feel about that in terms of the things that have happened?
I mean, it's obviously horrific what's happened. I think it's inevitable he'll get picked. And therefore, I think he probably has to be somewhere on their board. I understand that there's this idea of, some people totally off your board. But if you're telling me in the third round at 86, this guy's still around for some reason because everyone's playing chicken, someone's gonna jump eventually. So I think it's completely feasible he's on their board at some price that's unrealistic.
Yeah. And so, the old system was the Ravens would put a black dot on their plaque for this guy, and they draft him later, but they wouldn't draft him maybe as they normally had him rated. But Arthur Jones was a guy they picked who had a black dot for injury concerns, and they've had other black dot players I've seen drafted by other teams that have been on the board at the Castle. So I know it's happened, but it's I don't think. I think if he was there at 22, I think the Ravens would seriously think about it. I would have said differently 2 weeks ago before the stuff was completely resolved, but it went through the quickest resolution process I've ever seen for this kind of criminal stuff. Here's the Falcons selection here. We'll introduce you in just a second. Jake, really appreciate you joining us here. And you're down in Falcon country or thereabouts?
Yes, sir.
I'm predicting Christian Gonzalez. Another quarter to pair with Terrell. Big announcement, huh? Yep.
All right, Bijan Robinson goes to the Falcons. That's an exciting pick. I think it's very exciting for me from a Ravens perspective. I think there's nothing but positive there. You mentioned the possibility of a corner going off the board. We want to delay the run on corners as long as it will hold. Okay, so if that starts at number 18, great. That's a great place for it to start. If it's 22, if it starts there, it's a great place. Other than the fact that I'd be still torn about taking Gonzalez at number 22. But anyway, it is what it is.
Hey, Ken, I think we have a really interesting question from Lenny Reed here. So 3 spots up.
Let's do that in just a second because I want to introduce Jake Vogel, who's
Oh,
joining
Jake.
us. And Jake, thanks so much for coming on. SEC fan, big time Georgia fan. So he's living the high life right now, kind of like Baltimore sports fans generally are right now, except at a lower level than where Georgia fans are.
Yes, sir.
Jake, what do you think about the picks so far?
So far, so good. It's kind of been an interesting night, to say the least, with some of the moves, especially Arizona kind of moving up and around the board. But it is expected because leading up to the draft, pretty much any analyst would tell you that this was an unpredictable one. So I haven't been too surprised by any of the moves, even though there has been a lot of movement. I think you're muted there, Ken.
All right, 2 in a row. Who thought I could be the come from behind king on being muted here? But that's bad. Anyway, really appreciate having you here, Jake. And Jake, a terrific SEC fan, no doubt. Lots of insights into that as we go forward. We go up now. The number 9 selection belongs to. It has not been traded yet, right? So it still belongs to the Chicago. All right, very good. Any do we have any current lines you guys are looking at in terms of that pick being traded?
My TV said that says that it already has. I'm not going to announce who it's been traded to. My TV says it's.
Oh, okay. Yeah, please don't tip picks here, including trades. I would say, but that's okay. If it's been traded, that's fine.
I appreciate the. Sorry, I was going to say I appreciate the comment. Yeah, I am. I'm wearing a Roquan Smith jersey, of course. Ravens have had very few Georgia players pretty much in their history, and thankfully we got Roquan now for the foreseeable future.
One interesting one in the draft I want to talk to you about before this first round is over, but how about it in terms of the trade?
Yeah.
Oh.
I was going to say, as far as the question right there, Ken, from Lenny.
Okay.
Yeah, I have 5 corners ahead of Branch. So we've seen one of them gone, and Devin Witherspoon, Gonzalez on the board, Joey Porter Jr., Deontay Banks out of Maryland, and also Emmanuel Forbes out of Mississippi State. All 5 of those guys, I think, are solid outside corners, which is what the Ravens need the most. A proven guy. Yeah. Marcus Peters isn't coming back. And then Branch, albeit as great of a prospect as he is as a safety / corner, I would have the outside corners from a Ravens perspective over them.
Absolutely. A lot of similar things. Branch is one of the greatest college football players you'll ever see. Incredible downhill player, 14 and a half tackles for loss. That's a number you see from a edge rusher who gets 12 and a half sacks, say. It's not something you ever see from a slot corner. I think he stays at slot corner in the NFL. If he were to play there, that would obviously move Hamilton back to safety. It wouldn't be a terrible thing, but the guy who loses playing time in that case is Geno Stone, who I think is too good a player to be sitting the entire year here. I want to see him play some meaningful snaps and not meaningful snaps because of injury, because he really stepped in and did a great job when Williams was out this last year. So I'm hoping for an outside corner as well. I think that's where the Ravens need to focus. How do you guys feel about it?
Yeah, I agree. Outside all day as far as where they need to attack. I mean, that's to me. Like I said, I really hope that Forbes is there at 22. At 22, he's my guy. I know a lot of people want Banks, but I just love the ball production by Forbes, the instincts, the anticipation. I mean, it's like if you wanted to replace Marcus Peters, I don't say he's a carbon copy, but closest thing you're going to get in this year's draft.
Absolutely closest thing you can get. I'm right there with you, Josh. If they got to 22 and Forbes is there, it does depend on who else is on the board still. There could be somebody else we like even more, but I really don't want to even screw around with trading down and still hoping he's there. I just want to take him.
Yeah, same here.
I agreed. If any one of those 5 corners is selected for me personally, I'm happy with the pick, no matter who else is on the board at that point. Would it be my top guy? No. Would I still be happy? Yes, absolutely. If it's Deontay Banks, if it's Joey Porter, if it's Emmanuel Forbes, if it's Christian Gonzalez, who probably won't be there, that would be a great pick for me at number 22. All of those guys.
How many trades have there been already? 3? Is that right? So number 3 got traded, and then number 6 got traded, and number 8 got traded, right?
And number 1, for what it's worth.
And number 1 from before the draft, yeah.
Yeah, number 9 and number 8, number 9.
Okay, so the Eagles selection is in. Is that a traded pick again?
Yeah, that was the Bears. That was
The
the
Bears.
Bears pick originally.
Okay,
Yeah,
right. You
Eagles
said
moved up. Eagles moved up 1 spot, and I think it was for next year's 4th. So basically nothing. Moved up 1 spot to the 9th.
I gotta think they're going Carter here. I just it seems
That's
such
my
an
guess,
Eagles
too.
move to me. They leapfrogged us for Davis last year, and now they're doing it I guess not really to the Bears. I just thought the Bears wouldn't have passed up on Carter either, but I guess we'll see.
Jalen Carter goes, and there is the arguably best defensive lineman off the board.
No,
I don't even think arguably.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
think it's arguable, but I'm a Georgia fan, and so I'll keep my mouth shut.
No, this is the time for you to talk, I think.
Yeah.
If there's ever been a time, this is it.
Yeah, I mean, such a phenomenal player. He stood out in 2021, just like Will Anderson did. But, Carter was on the field with the other supreme talents that Georgia already had. When you're considering Jordan Davis, Trayvon Walker, who went number 1 overall because of the athletic freak that he is, Nakobe Dean, Devontae Wyatt, another first-round player. It's just an embarrassment of riches along the defense at Georgia, and he stood out among all of those guys as the best talent, which is really impressive. And I know that it gets challenging when you're evaluating these guys and you're saying, the team is so good around him. So does that mean the player is as good? So that's the challenging part. But I think most people would agree that he was arguably the most talented player in this draft. You could talk about Bijan Robinson, that's a running back. But, top 2, top 3 talented players in this entire draft. And because of the off-field issues, he fell. And the Eagles, I think are going to reap the rewards for that.
Man, that's crazy. If you think they lose Hargraves and then they get Carter, golly, it's crazy when you think about it. Like the fact that he fell all the way down to 9, given his off-field stuff, I get it. But like the Eagles, man, they really love building through the trenches, and you can't argue with their roster construction philosophy. I personally love it.
Yeah, so one thing I love about this, and I don't really feed off the emotion the way a lot of other people seem to of the NFL draft, but it's one of the great times it's okay to be a grown man and cry is right now. Your Hall of Fame induction. Nobody wants to hear about you crying over your breakup. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants to hear about other things that may happen to you in life, but now it's all right to cry.
Yeah, birth of a child, that too, and then I think weddings, certain weddings, like if you gave away your daughter or something like that. My dad was balling at my sister's wedding.
We had one happen recently, unfortunately, but you lose your dog. That is the most tearful moment you could imagine. We have to have your dog put down. Oh my God.
Lamar signing,
Yep.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I did kind of I wouldn't break down, but like when that news came across my feed, like I was in the middle of working and I just kind of dropped on my knees and I was like, yes. Like my wife came in, she's like, are you okay? I was like, it's finally over. She's like, oh, Lamar signed. I was like, yeah. How'd you know?
Oh yeah, like the old Jimmy V speech, man. You should cry every day, be brought to tears by your emotions every day, laugh every day, think every day, cry every day. The late great Jimmy Valvano, rest in peace, man.
It's a good one.
Ken, I think you're muted.
Ken, you're muted again, man.
I hope you guys can read my lips there because I'm pissed off at myself.
Yeah, we got that one, Ken.
So Malcolm Forbes, that's what I was saying. No, it's Emmanuel Forbes. I do have mild concerns about Forbes' size, but I'll say I think he lost weight to run a little better, to jump a little better at the combine. He was about 14 pounds lower than his listed weight. He is a guy if you look at him tackle on tape, particularly his downhill tackles where he's diagnosing a play and knifing through that screen blocking, he's exceptional. And his diagnosis really plays well on those kind of little swing passes or stretch run plays, such that his size does not come into play as much as it should. You watched him play in the SEC, Jake. What do you think?
Yeah, I honestly didn't get to watch as much Forbes as I hoped, but what I did see was a player that, despite his size, was very physical. That was impressive to me. Just like you're talking about downhill tackling effort, 100% is there. Probably to a greater level than what we saw consistently from Marcus Peters on the Ravens. It's college versus the NFL, and you would still see some feistiness from Peters, which you love to see. But I do think that he would, lay it all out there on the field, and his ball skills and instincts and recovery speed are just top notch. So I definitely see him as a first round corner. I know that there were some talks about him potentially sliding to the second round. I think that's that kind of talk is going away as we approach the draft today. And I could definitely see him coming off the board here in a little while. Hopefully not before Baltimore.
Yeah, talking about the Forbes tackling thing. I mean, like with Peters, sometimes he'd be a willing tackler at times, but he tackles so high. He try to wrap a guy up and throw him down. With Forbes, he really tries to cut guys down before they get going. He tackles low. He goes for those ankles, goes for the outside leg. And I really love his aggressive and willing to tackle and be involved in run defense. You don't see that a lot from corners. All right, a lot of shoestring things or guys trying to tackle too high and end up getting carried. So I love the way his approach to tackling and playing run defense.
Does have a 16.6% missed tackle rate, so it's roughly every sixth tackle he misses in college ball. That's not ideal, but I still think you put up with that for the incredible ball production you get. And looking at his interceptions, they were all different. He undercut balls. He played deep like he was a safety on balls, but he's very much a keep his eyes in the backfield, cover three corner. And we have a pick up, and it's a guy that we did not expect to go this early, I don't think. Darnell Wright of Tennessee goes number 10 to the Bears. That does not seem to be a particularly good two-pick sequence for the Bears there. They got just a fifth-round pick in exchange to move up a spot.
Hey,
you guys.
Yeah, I was high on Darnell Wright. If you remember our conversation, he made my Sweet 16, number 15 on my board, which is slanted to the Ravens. So if the Ravens needed a tackle, he would be even higher than 15 on my board. So at number 10 here, I don't see it as a ton of a reach. They obviously liked him better than Broderick Jones. I surmised with Ken that I think that he could be a left tackle. The proof is in the pudding, though, at right tackle. That's where he played. That's where he dominated. That's where Will Anderson couldn't do a darn thing against him. It was a great matchup to watch. If you want to see Darnell Wright, watch Tennessee offense, YouTube it, Tennessee offense versus Alabama defense. You can probably find it in there. I got to see the 22 of it. It's just a beautiful, beautiful performance. So Darnell Wright, lockdown right tackle, and maybe a left tackle. Maybe the Bears think he can play left.
Yeah, I was just going off the first clip they showed of him on TV was against Will Anderson. I mean, if you want to get sold on Darnell Wright, that's the first thing you need to pop on. And he's a guy that I know Michael Lombardi, former Browns GM and Raiders exec. He was like, if Will Anderson's going top 10, so does Darnell Wright, because the guy pretty much stonewalled every time they went up against each other in the SEC. And any guy that can do that against a guy who's going to be like we saw, surefire top 5 pick. Is well worth a top 15 selection in my mind. So I don't think it's a reach by the Bears. They needed offensive line help in the worst way, and it's a great for them. I know my cousin, who's a diehard Chicago Bears fan, he probably won't be jumping for joy because he's more of a flashy kind of guy. Like he likes skill player picks, but I'm going to talk him off the ledge on this one and tell him this is a better pick for you guys than taking a receiver here.
Plenty of receivers available, not plenty of lockdown tackles available. That's what you tell them, Josh.
Yes, sir.
want to pick up on this for a second, and Jason and Alec want to get your feeling on this, because it does feel like we're riding on a cloud right now with the Lamar signing day. A lot of the talk about Hopkins, which doesn't move the needle too much for me, but I know a lot of other people are really excited about it. But the Orioles play so far this year, and what we're seeing from that team, Alec, how about it? We've gone to some games together. Joey Ortiz got a hit and 3 RBIs tonight. The game is blacked out, so I can't have it on a screen here on MLB TV and have my TV on. But anyway, I'm missing a good game apparently.
I know I've been following along. They were behind and they were ahead. I'm not sure exactly where they are right at this moment, but
no, the curse of the Netherlands.
By the way, Jake, your mic was blah 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 when you were talking, man. So I wanted to throw that in.
Yep, definitely check on that.
Yeah, it seemed like a little bit of internet lag with you when you were talking.
Oh, sorry about that.
Okay,
There you go, Alec. You're back.
All right. Yeah, I was saying 9-1 the last 10 games. Just tremendous streak that they're on right now, and it's a real pain in the butt to be in our division. That's all I'll say.
Well, at least they've got a more balanced schedule this year, so there'll be more likelihood they make the wild card. And I think they will. I think, based on where they are right now, it looks like they will make the wild card, and that'll at least be something. I guess if you get a wild card now with 3 divisions, how does it work? They all 3 play on the road against division winners. It's a 6. Now it can't be that. It has to be a 1 bye because you have to get down to 4 teams. So anyway, I don't even know the format of Major League Baseball playoffs anymore. That's where we are, in human history here. That I've lost it. What about it, Josh?
This year there's 2 buys. There's 2 buys. So
Okay.
1 and 2 get buys. 3 plays 6 and 5 plays 4.
So you can be a home wild card team. If they that would be the Orioles' hope, perhaps, would be to finish second to the Rays, say,
Yes.
be home and host the Yankees for all 3 games.
Right. The lowest division the lead will play, but the top 2 division will win. I haven't, because they break it all up, they still keep it as the divisions get you the key. So 1 and 2 is a division leader, even if the top 3 teams are all from the AL East.
No, I understand that.
Right.
So that makes sense. It's the 3rd division winner plays number 6, and then
Correct.
4 plays 5.
And then 4 and 5 play.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, Ken, I had a question. Somebody that has the draft order up, or who's coming up next, in touch with that. Will Levis still on the board. I would like to get him off of said board because I'm wondering if teams are scared of him like I'm scared of him as far as being a bust potential. Who's in line to take Will Levis? Where are they?
Isn't Tennessee one of the teams that might take him?
Tennessee's on the clock now, and
Right.
so they're on the clock now. After that, then we've got Detroit, which maybe, Green Bay, no, Patriots probably no, Jets no, Commanders probably no, Steelers no, Lions again, Tampa Bay maybe. So there aren't a ton of good fits. Seattle maybe, Chargers no, and then us. So I'm
starting to hold my breath. Starting to get just a little bit nervous. Would love to just see Will Levis be picked here. And then all of a sudden, because the rest of the board, there haven't been any wild card picks. Everybody's been in the green section of my big board so far. So nice to get Levis out of there.
I would say if he does happen to continue to slide, that does present another option for the Ravens. If there's a team that wants to move up from the second round back into the first round, maybe not the best scenario, but possibly one where the Ravens could actually recoup some nice value.
Because they're in front of Minnesota.
Especially right in front of Minnesota.
Right. How about Hendon Hooker providing that same value? And I would be surprised with the Titans on the clock right now that they wouldn't be feeling pressure to make it be Hooker given the in-state connection. So we got the pick is coming up.
Yes, sir. All right.
Oh, now one of the best offensive linemen in the draft, Peter Skoronski, a guy who's probably moving to guard. Jason, talk to us about him.
I thought he was a great No exaggeration. A great college left tackle. Ken mentioned he's built like a guard. He's a little bit shorter. His arms are shorter. He's stocky enough, yet he's mobile. Great pass protector. Great run blocker for a left guard. So his run blocking should play. Excuse me. Great run blocker as a left tackle. So his run blocking should play really well as left guard as well. Awesome player. Could have actually seen him as a trade back candidate for the Ravens if they were at 25, 26, 27. He might have been the best player on my board, despite him being a guard. But I would say, bar none, best guard in the class if you classify him as a guard. As far as the tackle, I compared him to Jonas Williams, guys. I don't know if anybody wants to, Jonah Williams, if anybody wants to follow up. He could get or force his way to left tackle, bust out, not be a good player, or he could go to left guard and dominate. So I hope that Skoronski is open-minded enough to make that move to guard. Taking him at 11 overall, he better have a good career for the Titans here.
I mean, given all their needs along the offensive line, he could, if they could clone him, they could probably put him in all 5 spots. But I'm lockstep with you as far as the best career arc for him would definitely be at guard. I think that's where I best project him at too.
All right, exciting. Yeah, movement skills enough for you guys that he'll be the pulling guard that a team like Tennessee wants. They play some power. They're going to want to accentuate what they have at the running back position.
Easy feet, Ken, and not only that, easy eyes from Skoronski, which is, doesn't mean that he'll be great picking up a linebacker on a pull, but it's a good indicator that he sees the field really well. It looks like the game's coming in slow motion to him. So, hey, I think he would be an okay tackle in this league. Maybe he's a right tackle. You give him some help with a tight end some weeks or something like that. But I think that would be doing a disservice to him. We saw with Ben Powers, you can make a lot of money at guard too if you're one of the best ones. So if he turns into like a different style Quentin Nelson, then that's worth that pick right there at number 11.
Yeah, you made the point when we were talking about him the other night that Skoronski is a much better prospect than Powers was coming out of school. Now, Powers obviously a 4th-round draft pick, so that's no comparison versus number 11 overall. But yeah, Powers certainly got paid, and I think a lot of the Powers detractors, I hope most of them have eaten their crow by now and really understand. But part of the problem belongs to PFF on that. They have a weighting system on the interior offensive line that doesn't really make sense. That they overweight run blocking relative to pass blocking. Another pick is in, number 12 for the Lions is Jahmyr Gibbs out of Alabama. That to me is an unbelievable stretch pick in the first round. It's the first one that's completely out of sight in terms of what you would take. So all that extra value Detroit got, why wouldn't they've got 5 picks in the first 55? Why wouldn't Gibbs have been available?
And they have Swift.
They'll just waste them.
Swift.
They could have gotten
and they signed Montgomery. They signed Montgomery too. What? Wow.
I love the Lions. I love what they're building, and I'm so upset at them right now. My love is gone. It's been retracted.
Yeah. They're the new Raiders.
I would say that Gibbs has a chance to be MVP in this league, offensive player of the year in this league. So, I don't hate it from that standpoint. Maybe Detroit says, look, we need a horse. But to Alex's point, DeAndre Swift pretty much turned into their pass catching back last year with Jamal Williams leading the way. Like, they have somebody who's very adequate out of the backfield. I would say, Ken, this is an old school coach in Dan Campbell. So, maybe we should have saw a wild card like this coming where he wants to run the ball again.
But the running back was going to be there in 18.
Yeah.
Like, that's the problem.
Same here.
No one's taking him then. And you got a guy, Gonzalez, you've shown a need for cornerbacks with all your moves. Like, you've got a guy that you thought you were going to have to, get early, falls down to you at 12. Like, I don't understand the move at all.
We do agree. No matter, Alec, your divided loyalties on the Lions aside, this pick entirely helps the Ravens. It's an unbelievable gift. It's the Damon Arnett pick for the Raiders all over again in terms of just inert mass in a spot that shouldn't have been taken.
Raiders were famous for that. Cleveland Farrell, another guy. The Raiders, Mike Mayock was too stubborn for his own good. Mike Mayock, I think, is an excellent evaluator. I really do. But he didn't know when to say when, as far as this is what my scouts are telling me that this player would go. This is what my draft people are telling me where he would go. He would just take his player ahead of time. And, I don't know, positional value does come into play. But the one thing I will say in Gibbs's favor is compared to Arnett is, aside from injury, which is a big one, Gibbs will be at least productive. He won't be a liability on the field like a corner would be, could be targeted. So, not my favorite pick, but great for the Ravens. Great for the Ravens right there. That's, if Levis or somebody doesn't come off the board now, that we got to end one. We got to end one.
Yeah. I would say with the move like that, Swift could very easily be out the door. I don't know the likelihood that Detroit is going to carry DeAndre Swift, David Montgomery, and Jahmyr Gibbs all in one season. It just seems like an embarrassment of riches at one position and so many resources allocated to running back. So I think something is going to happen probably this weekend in regards to DeAndre Swift.
Well, Swift is. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Jake, I love that idea because Swift is in J.K. Dobbins' class, that 2020 class. So they're both free agents. Going to be free agents.
Yeah, he's in his fourth year. He's cheap this year, so somebody will want him. There's trade value for the next couple of days here that they can harvest.
Yeah, I also think that even if they do hold on to him, because Jameson Williams is suspended the first 6 games of the season, and the value that Gibbs brings you from a pass catching standpoint, I think if they hold on to Swift, through the first, before he could definitely be, if they still have him, he could definitely be like a mid-season trade candidate kind of guy for them. Where if somebody else's running back gets hurt, and you can basically get an RB1 for the price of next to nothing.
So what do you think? What do you think Swift is worth, DeAndre Swift? Unless you have more draft pertinent stuff, Ken. He's not as. JK and him. To me, it's a toss up.
I'd say he probably goes for a third, maybe a late second. I don't know that he's actually worth that. But you think a fifth or a fourth?
4 or 5. Yeah, 4 or 5 for me. Yeah.
One year, and then you're done.
Yeah. Well, you would think.
It might be worth
the
that,
team,
given the
the team
available.
Trying to acquire him would probably extend him as well, but that's just another piece of it.
That's at market value.
Yeah.
That's why I say hold on to him.
Yeah, if you find a team that's willing to pay market value for a running back, then you could probably get more than a fourth. But for most teams, I think that are recognizing the value of the running back, you're only going to get a fourth or fifth because it's only a 1-year rental with a deferred comp pick coming back. So
that's a great point, Dan. And if you pay market value for running backs right now, or if you pay draft capital for running backs, either one of those, you usually realize it's still a buyer's market. And if you're trading with another team, you still realize you don't have to trade as much to get the rights to that running back.
Jahmyr Gibbs.
Green Bay has made their pick at number 13. We'll be waiting on it right now. Let's see if anybody else had anything interesting to say about the Green Bay pick coming up.
They could go anywhere. I don't know what direction they could go.
Yeah.
I hope they don't go wide receiver.
Yeah, I think the buzz prior to the draft has been Jackson Smith and Jigba, which I know Ken would be fine with. A lot of us prefer him over some other wide receivers. I would love if they took a different player, but if we go corner, it doesn't really matter. But the wide receivers and the corners that don't go off the board end up helping Baltimore.
Outstanding big slot. Yeah. All right, here we go. Oh, pass rusher, Lucas Van Ness. Definitely a guy who can play inside or outside, probably ends it up at 4-3 Jason, what do you have for him in terms of scouting?
Yes, he was the next pass rusher off my board, despite being a 4-3 end. So that tells you what I think about his talent level. I even think he could slide inside. Mentioned to Ken. You're facing a team that's light on the offensive line, doesn't commit to running the ball. Maybe you can slide him into 3 tech for a series or two. Maybe it's getting late in the game and the other you're ahead by 10 points. So we're talking about someone who was really physical inside the tackles against the run, or at 4-tech right across from a tackle against the run too. Power rusher, plenty of upside, young, had to wait his turn, didn't start right away at Iowa because you don't start right away at Iowa, but was clearly the best man on that front four when he was in the game. Excellent player.
Long arms, very big question about functional strength with him. He has 17 bench reps, but measurables are very good. 458 40, 11-inch hands, 34-inch arms. Combination of abilities. I wouldn't say he's completely a bend guy, and I wouldn't say he's completely a bull rush guy. And he seems to me a guy that would we tag a guy with 4.3N, and it's like kryptonite that the Ravens can't draft him. But the truth of the matter is, it's a lot of those guys who make excellent slip inside guys on third down. And Van Ness would be that for the Ravens. Might start off as mostly a situational pass rusher. There might be, obviously questions whether how you could otherwise fit him in, but he definitely would be a guy that you would want in on passing down somewhere.
Yeah. It's funny they compliment to Rashawn Gary, who's he's now teammates with, because that's the exact kind of career arc I see him going. Because Rashawn Gary, when he came into the league, he was kind of like rotating in with Za'Darius and Preston Smith over up there in Green Bay. So the more things change, the more they stay the same. They traded Aaron Rodgers and still taking defensive players in the first round.
Oh, the Steelers have just traded up to number 14.
They've got to want a corner right here. There's a corner that they must love above the other 3 or 4. Whoever else.
Gonzalez, yeah. Gonzalez. I don't think they would have traded it for Porter Jr., even though it would have been a great, media story. But
could it be an offensive tackle as well?
Well, I mean, you got Dan Moore there, like Ken pointed out, who's played pretty well. Maybe they want to upgrade that. But
Broderick Jones?
Yeah, I believe they've been heavily linked to Broderick Jones as well. If it's not a corner, that would be my pick.
It's an interesting pick if they take Gonzalez, because I really don't think he's that far ahead of the other corners. So I think we're gonna see a little. We already seen a little bit of devaluation. He's not a run up the card guy, frankly. Gonzalez, he fits. He's the Ike Taylor mode of a guy who can definitely play good boundary cornerback, and Pittsburgh might love him for that. But it's just not an obvious pick to me.
So they're moving from 17 to 14 is likely what they're doing here. So based on JJ, that's probably around their third round pick, the 80th pick is my guess. So we'll see what shakes out. But that's my guess.
To me, that screams corner because, well, maybe they think one of the teams in front of them is going to take Broderick Jones too. With Darnell right off the board, maybe that'll change things. So I take that back. It could be either one.
So do you want the trade details? I got them up right now.
Sure.
Yeah, sure. What's up?
120.
Just 120. That's all. So 4th round pick.
Wow. Okay.
So it's cheap, right? They undershot the JJ estimate. That sucks. We don't want to see.
So it's 17, 120 for 14 is what it was.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then again, if we're talking about the gradation of talent really holding up the way you think it is, Jason, this being, the top 20 players or top 15 players really are maybe it's top 20, including the quarterbacks who are taken. Then after that, the steep drop off, then this is probably a pretty good exchange for the Steelers, getting a guy who's nearer the top of their board.
Yeah, I think that they definitely have someone that they like above all else, whether that's they love Christian Gonzalez better than Joey Porter, or whether they like Broderick Jones. Broderick Jones now all of a sudden makes a lot of sense. Although when I look at the Steelers roster, I feel like they would need a corner over tackle. But, Dan Jones, maybe they found out his limitations last year, and that's why they switched to the run and just became a run-heavy team, traded away, of course, Chase Claypool, and ran the ball down our throats. A very good rush defense was tough to handle that Steelers running attack late in the year.
Okay, here's an idea. Jack Campbell to Pittsburgh.
That would be amazing, in my opinion.
Yeah. A lot of witch casting going on right now.
Yeah, this is interesting. This is a fun first round because it's not a chalky first round at all. It's very much up in the air. It's been a lot of fun. Yeah,
I mean, moving up 3 spots tells me that there's a reason that they want to do that. I mean, not that anytime you trade up, there's a reason, but more so they're looking at the 2 teams in front of them and saying, one of these 2 teams, I'm curious who's after them and what the teams after them would need, is going to take our guy.
If they're jumping in front of the Jets, it might just be for a tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Because the Jets are set at corner, so it's not for a corner.
And then Washington after that.
There you go.
Washington could be a corner, but the Jets does green tackle.
Yep.
Broderick it is.
Yeah, there we go.
Go Dogs.
There you go.
Good move. Good move for the Steelers. You know, you cannot go wrong with a starting left a tackle. Probably be an upper echelon tackle in this league if things worked out for him. And the way I compared it, Josh, I don't know if you have any follow up to this, but Broderick Jones was kind of the Laramie Tunsil in this draft, whereas Paris Johnson Jr. was kind of the Ronnie Stanley. I think both of them are worse prospects than Stanley and Tunsil, but that's the style you're getting with Broderick Jones. Wide body, strong, just looks like a guy you don't want to mess with.
Yeah, I love that comparison. Really, I mean, you're kind of spot on. Stanley was some people kind of viewed Stanley as a kind of a finesse tackle. I didn't really see, I didn't really consider him a finesse tackle, but you definitely, no pun intended, given he's the Georgia guy. Roger definitely got that dog in him, though. As far as his mentality, especially when it comes to blocking, run blocking. He's what I call a people mover or a road grader. And he's a guy that's still so young. How old would you say he was, Ken? Like 20 years old or something like that?
He's not yet 22.
Yeah. So he's a guy that has plenty of room to develop. And I hate that he's with Pittsburgh, but good for him, I guess. Bad for the Ravens, good for him. Not bad for the Ravens in the sense that they need a tackle, but.
So
no, but it's bad to have a good left tackle in the division.
Yeah. There we go.
Ken, I wanted to bring up a thought I just had as far as those 3 tackles are now off the board fairly quickly. Okay, there is a fourth tackle now. I actually have another tackle ahead of him, but Anton Harrison is a left tackle. He is a prototypical left tackle. You also have Jones out there as prototypical right tackle. But all of a sudden now, if somebody prioritizes a left tackle, you can see Anton Harrison jump off the board way ahead of us, way ahead of.
Good point. I got one other left tackle candidate that I absolutely love, and I've heard it only talked about a little bit in terms of what you guys, but I know Jake's gonna have something to say about it, and that's Darnell Washington. Currently a tight end, but an obvious left tackle conversion given his length, his size, his bruteness. I just love him as converting to tackle.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's a phenomenal player. Definitely could see him coming off in the first round. If not that, then he'll be a second round pick as a tight end. It's quite a project to move a player to a new position, but he has all of the tools that you're talking about in order to make that conversion. I'm just not sure how many teams are going to see it that way and convince him to move to tackle, even though it probably would be the best move for his career as long as he could make it happen.
Monetarily, it's an easy call for him to make.
Yeah. Exactly. But I think he'll be a very fine tight end.
I love him. I think Darnell Washington, best blocker in the draft.
Easy.
I give him Gronk, Kittle type grades in blocking. Yeah. That good. Yeah. That dominant. Like you don't see it. It's not just his willingness; it's his sheer size and his commitment to it, his technique in it. Darnell Washington can move you from any position. Financially, it'd be better for him to be a tackle, but man, it'd be tempting to have him, kind of like maybe masquerade as both. Like I don't even know. He gives you so many options. I actually had Darnell Washington number 2 on my board. I had a Michael Mayer because if the Ravens were going to go get a tight end, which they weren't, but if they were, give me that blocker to complement Andrews, Likely, and Charlie Kolar.
Yeah, I said. Go ahead.
No, please finish.
I said the same thing. During mock draft season this year, it's like if the Ravens are going to draft a tight end, which most fans would absolutely hate, the idea would be to take a player in Washington's mold, somebody that's a true blocker, can completely change the game as far as the running scheme that you have. And you can move on from one of the other tight ends if you want to and just roll with 3, or the Ravens could carry 4 tight ends like they have in recent years. So,
yeah, lots of options. And you're right. That exactly fits what they've done MO wise. While the Jets are still procrastinating here, hoping to get a trade done, Let's look at Gusto's comment at the bottom there because it's a great one. So there's 8 players right now he's identified. And I agree. Those are 8 outstanding choices. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I only see 7, actually. Nolan Smith, Gonzalez, Banks, JPJ, Forbes, JSN, Addison, and Zay. Okay.
Yes.
So that's 8. I would be excited about getting one of those. So we're at that point in the draft where the Ravens have guaranteed themselves a pretty damn good player if they stay put. But another thing to look at is even if they trade down, the usual rule that a lot of teams employ anyway is if you have twice as many slots as players that you like, you are still probably okay. So if you have 3 players you like, you can trade down 6 slots. And obviously it depends. You got to kind of prognosticate on who's picking what between you and that spot you're trading down to. But definitely a good chance whether they trade down or not, they're still going to get a hell of a player.
Probably even more likely this year with the question, the inconsistencies and wide range of how people rank people or players. So even more likely that other players would be available. So,
yep. Ken, when we did
tight ends get going. So,
excuse me. Say, Ken, when we did that Sweet 16, I had some people ask me why you picked 16. Shoot, 16 might be conservative if you pick 22. Give me your top 12 because, no matter how you stack your board, especially with the quarterbacks involved and all that other stuff, you're going to shoot high. Who do you think the Ravens are going to get? Shoot high on your board because all kinds of stuff happens on draft day. And, man, with that number of corners, Ken, I'll throw it to you. You might be thinking the same thing.
Well, I want to say of my Sweet 16 that I did the show with you on. I want to hear yours too, but yours is on the board. Everybody can see it. Christian Gonzalez was on number 6 for me. Nolan Smith was number 9. Vanessa was taken. Derek Hall, number 11. Quentin Johnson, number 12. Joey Porter Jr., number 13. Addison, 14. Ringo, 15. And Banks, 16. And Forbes, did I mention Forbes? Because he's number 8 on my list. And now I'm not even sure about Forbes or Gonzalez in terms of who I'd really prefer. I see it would just make it so much easier if somebody else took Gonzalez and I don't have to play the Antichrist or whatever I am by wanting Forbes over Gonzalez here. But I want Forbes.
Ken does not speak for all of us. I do like Manuel Forbes is my favorite player in this draft, but I have Gonzalez rated higher if I'm sticking to my head.
I do too.
But I'm looking now. The Ravens are in a really good spot to even trade back. Okay. And the reason I'm saying that is just because of the quartet of number 1 potential corners on the board right there. If they all check out with the Ravens and are as good at people as they are prospect, good as workers as they are prospects, I mean, shoot, chances are now 2 of them is going to be there. 2 of them are going to be there at 22.
Okay, here's my question. This is to both Dan and Alec, and it is if the Ravens are going to trade back, and we have until after this Jets pick is in here, at least to think about this, and then we'll talk about it again. What would be a trade the Ravens could afford to lose by 20, 30, 40 JJ points and still move back? Because it might be that kind of a year where it'd be worth it to lose JJ points moving down from 22. Who is a potential trade partner for something like that?
That's a good one. I'll have to look.
You got until the Jets pick anyway, so you got time to think about it. And we'll probably get excited about this pick because it'll be somebody else. Obviously, it almost certainly is somebody in that 8. If it's not in that 8, it's even that much more exciting if it's Levis or somebody like that.
Yeah, you know what? It's funny. You can actually do a perfect trade with Pittsburgh. They have 190, which is the 80th pick, and they also have 32, which is 590. So there's that.
But I think a lot of it depends how far you want to drop back. Like, there are all sorts of different combinations you can make, right? But if you want to drop back,
and especially if you extend it to 2 picks for 2 instead of just 2 picks for 1. Now, the Ravens will want to pick up net picks, but if 2 for 2, you can almost get it scaled just about wherever you want. That was
with the Giants too.
Is the Giants the lowest the Ravens can draft in the first round while staying in there and ending up with similar value?
Just 3 pick back. I think so. I don't know if it's the lowest, but it's. I think they still get somebody they want. Maybe Philadelphia. Let me see what they got.
All right, that's exciting. So the Orioles just won their game.
Let's win.
Sorry to mess it up for
Fantastic.
anybody who is waiting. We got the Jets selection coming up from some kid. I hope there's nothing wrong with this kid, but almost certainly there is when they bring him up on stage, right?
I made that mistake 2 years ago. Ken, I was like, "Come on, man, buddy, spit it out and then they put up all the. I had to apologize. I had to apologize, ask for forgiveness. But yeah, sharp looking kid, man. Got the Jets green. Yeah, he is a Make-A-Wish child. Looks great. Prayers up to Kyle. Hopefully, they didn't make him say Aditami wa Adibore. We got a Blue Jays fan, Logan Frazier, in the house. Ooh, rough combo there.
Can you mute?
Looks like
Will McDonald IV of Iowa State, exciting edge rusher. On my list, certainly on the edge. Jason, where did you have him in your overall big board?
Yeah, taking him off the board now. He was at number 26, so definitely somebody that I thought would go in the first round. And the guys ahead of him, they must have liked Will McDonald better than Miles Murphy. So that's really what you have to look at on the edge rusher list right now. Nolan Smith still on the board. He's a 3-4 outside linebacker, a Sam. Keon White profiles as a great Sam despite his size at 280-some pounds. Just a monster in coverage. Great body control from Keon White. So the Jets were looking for a hand in the dirt. 4-3 rush end. They like Will McDonald over Miles Murphy. Both of those I had projected first rounders. So great job by the Jets. If McDonald, high upside player, I'd say, Ken.
Yeah, I agree. I liked him. He was 7th on my edge list. It's just a little surprising he goes this early. Miles Murphy was 9th on my edge list, so I'm actually expecting him to be able to. I know everybody maps him to Terrell Suggs and thinks about him as being the greatest guy through contact, but to me, he was just a little bit behind some of these other guys on the edge for the they're available in this draft. So the guy I really love for the Ravens. The guy is kind of an over slot pick for me, if you want to think in baseball terms. B.J. Ojulari, outstanding toolkit, already ready to go. He comes in, he can play Sam linebacker for you right from day one, and I think he just is young, played in the SEC, obviously, all of the characteristics you want in terms of potential future upside.
Yeah, that's a player I'm quite familiar with. His brother Azeez Ojulari that you would know on the Giants. A player I really liked out of Georgia, but BJ has a lot of polish to his game that you really appreciate, especially when we haven't had the best pass rushers in terms of that nuance. Some guys with multiple moves. Ojulari is coming into the NFL with multiple moves already at the NFL level. I think he's a guy that maybe benefits even less than some others from working with Dr. Rush. I think it's going to be a really good thing no matter who we get in the building and the guys that we already have, working with our pass rush guy. But
Chuck Smith.
Yeah, Chuck Smith. But man, it's exciting to talk about a guy like Ojulari.
I want to address John Tabor's question here while we can. Do the Ravens need a Sam more than a rush? Big time, in my view. Owe had been a rush and really needs to be on the side with the uncovered tackle where he's going directly, naked tackle, if you want to call it that. But he goes up directly against the tackle who doesn't have obvious help. He can still get it from running back, but basically he uses his athleticism to make that tackle make a mistake, and he can second move him. And that's the best place for Owe. Moving him to Sam when the Ravens needed him there before Bowser was ready this last year, I think really hurt him. And he still put up pretty good pressure numbers for the year. I'm very positive on how Owe is going to come out. Ajabo also, pure rush linebacker, needs to be opposite the naked tackle. You don't want him with coverage responsibilities. You still drop occasionally, but you don't really want him with much in the way of coverage responsibilities. So that's why I'm so high on getting a Sam, and why I put the Sams higher on my own edge board, because it's a Ravens-centric board.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm okay. Go ahead.
Okay, Josh.
I was saying I'm in lockstep with you, Ken. Anytime I see a guy with Sam like versatility, I immediately it goes up on my board too as far as best Ravens fit, because it's so hard to find guys that can perform those Sam duties at a competent level. And it seems like we've been looking for a backup for Tyus Bowser for years now, and it just hasn't seemed to be. Thought Dalen Hayes could have been that guy, but he wasn't able to stay healthy. Hasn't panned out. And they're just so hard to find. I wouldn't say it's easy to find a good, a rush end, but there are a lot of guys who fit that profile more so than the Sam profile. So when you could find a guy like that, that's why I'm a little afraid. Like if Nolan Smith is still there at 22, I'm afraid they might pass up Forbes and take a guy like Nolan Smith just because of their philosophy. And he might be their BPA. So who knows?
I want to remind people in comments one more time: no pick tipping. Okay, please don't do it. We're all watching this together, and a lot of the fun of this is us having our own organic reactions together. So if you're watching 3 picks ahead and you've seen something, please don't put it in the comments.
I was going to say, I want to paint the other side for a second when it comes to the overall linebacker. I'm more open-minded. I just want the best player, really. I'm not as confident in Owe being able to produce a pass rush and turn it into sacks, turnovers as Ken is, because I have yet to see him threaten the edge with his speed, because his get off is just bad. It's bad. So if you're second full second late off the snap, it's tough to stress offensive tackles, no matter if you run a 4-3 or not. But that being said, between Owe and David Ajabo and Justin Houston still out there, the Ravens could have a rush linebacker that they can be confident in. You throw 2 of them in, maybe they love Owe, maybe they love Ajabo's potential, and they lean toward more Sam. Sams are hard to find, though. Mm-hmm. Having somebody that can set talk about set the edge is another part of that that I'm not sure if you guys elaborated on, but that's your strong side. That's the right side of an offense. Man, it's just an important job to be able to cover, to provide pass rush, and to stop the run. So you need a complete guy. Big believer in Nolan Smith. There's a world where he's the best player on my board, and if we took him, I'd be happy no matter who else is left at this point.
Commander's selection is in right now.
Come on, quarterback.
Right, Levis is there, just looking a little pissed off right now.
Emmanuel Forbes is off the board at number 16 to Washington. Not incredibly surprising, just very frustrating, because he was my guy. So Forbes ends up going ahead of Gonzalez. Not a bad pick, in my opinion. Not a bad pick at all. At this point, I'm not even running to the podium on the Gonzalez versus Porter card. But if the clock runs out, I'll put it up. But I'm not even running to the podium with that card.
It's funny, no receivers have been taken so far, all sitting there on the board, reminiscent of that 2019 draft when Hollywood Brown was the first receiver off the board. Right now, you still have 3 very good cornerbacks. They're all in the green on my board. You have Jackson Smith and Jigba, Zay Flowers, Jordan Addison, all options at wide receiver. And then Nolan Smith is kind of sticking out there by himself as your Sam. The other position I'm very interested in is Dalton Kincaid. Number 20 on my board. I had to put him in the predicted first round because I predict he's going to go in the first round. Deer-like when he runs, a very springy runner, very springy athlete, translates to the 40, translates to the yak, tough player, great hands. He is your receiving tight end of this draft. You fantasy football players, if Kincaid goes to a good spot, be confident drafting him this year because he's ready.
Pure flex guy, which is the reason why I don't really like him for the Ravens. He's a guy you split wide, and that's what the Ravens have. So it's not a matter of I don't like Kincaid, the player. I did the tight end show with Alec. I remember you had some thoughts about Kincaid, who I think might have been number 1 on your list too.
Kincaid was number 1 on my list. I think he's just special with the ball in his hands, one of the best pass catchers in the whole thing, even including the wide receivers. And that's an important asset. I think tight end's one of the coolest positions. So you can get a player like that that's really dynamic for you.
All right, the Patriots have made their pick here. Here we go.
Pretty quick to turn it around, so they were excited with whoever it was.
I would guess. I don't have any idea about the pick. I would guess corner here.
Christian Gonzalez is off the board.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
So,
I'm a little bit behind you guys.
Yep, same here.
So that was at number 17. And
It's funny, my Commanders fans are all saying that they're mad. They think they should have gone Gonzalez, and I'm like, well, on this channel, we're having a different conversation. You know, it's
I'm saying I'm mad he's coming to Maryland, just not with the right Maryland team.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the Patriots probably would have gone Forbes if they? I mean, it seems like it might be likely if they if
Possibly.
Gonzalez had been taken by the Commanders. So maybe in that sense, there's a slight blessing there that at least he's going to the NFC. Forbes is.
That's true. That's a good point.
Yeah. I guess
Yeah.
consolation prize. I guess I don't know.
And I mean, I have to say, Gonzalez, number 2 player overall on my board because I prioritize corner over edge and offensive tackle. So he is my number 1 corner. And, surprised to see him slip into New England now that I'm finished evaluating and he is in enemy territory. I wouldn't mind to see him have great games against Josh Allen, maybe, but not so great games against the Ravens.
Okay, so my number 6 and 8 guys just came off the board with Gonzalez and Forbes. My top remaining guy is Nolan Smith.
Yep.
Who's your top guy?
I have Joey Porter as my top guy, the last remaining guy in the dark green. And Ken, I wanted to say that I'm in the minority by having him a true first round grade. That was a my guy kind of. I stuck with my gut. I saw him slipping down mock drafts. I still said, look, Joey Porter, true first round grade. His length, his strength, his ability to bully people to the boundary. I think that a lot of throws in his direction were just overthrown. Sometimes they didn't even challenge him. Love Joey Porter as a player. So I have him, and then I have, Ken, Jackson Smith and Jigba, and then Nolan Smith.
Okay.
Jason, where do you see Porter growing as a defender when the ball's coming his way? Do you think he's going to get much improved in terms of ball skills?
Yeah,
out there, or turning his head around, or what do you got for that?
Yeah, I never assumed that that's going to get better. We've seen it with Marlon, and Deontay Banks in this draft, another corner like that. You take small steps, Jake, I think, and it gets easier and easier, but you never turn into Emmanuel Forbes. But if I'm looking at Porter, I think he could play, X. He can match up against the X receiver all day, which is so valuable, so valuable, even more so than a zone corner on the left side. So, I stick by it. If anything happened to Marlon, we'd be in big trouble, big trouble.
Yes, having that versatility is great. Go ahead, Dan.
So I want to ask you guys: are there only 2 cornerbacks that you have that you would go for at 22?
Porter,
Porter,
Ringo, and Banks are all guys that I would still be on my list.
Yeah,
of the top
I'm a
16
2 guy. I'm a 2 guy. I don't like Ringo as much. So yeah,
2.5. Got it. It'll be interesting.
I like Ringo, just not at 22. Like if it was like a trade back thing, I wouldn't mind getting Ringo. It's just at 22. I'd rather if they were going to go corner Porter or Banks.
Yeah, I guess the wide receiver. I like the 2 wide receivers who I had a tough time just deciding between are not in Jigba because I think he's more of a big slot player, and we can talk a little bit about he approaches. But I like Quentin Johnson a little better because he's a pure X receiver. He's got some issues that he can resolve and get better at. So far, he's been kind of a low catch rate player, catching a lot of deep balls, which is nice. He could run more of the route tree and catch in a kind of a wider perimeter around his body in terms of that. But Jordan Addison is another Bateman, another guy who runs the full route tree, the best wiggle in the entire draft for a wide receiver. And he'd probably be a guy, if he weren't such a comp for Bateman, and I wasn't thinking the offense was going to be built around Bateman, I might want him as my top wide receiver.
And did you when it comes, like, I've heard him mocked not mocked, compared to Bateman a lot. But my whole thing is like about that. Like, if you really want to, what's wrong with having multiple receivers that can run every route in the route tree? You know, like you should want that. You should want that guys that are just square pegs around holes, but a guy who's going to be like the universal remote that you can that can plug into the offense and run any route. So I wouldn't hate the Addison pick there. It's more guys who know how to separate, more guys that can run every route tree, one guys that can be on the field no matter the down and distance. So I wouldn't hate the Addison pick at all.
I agree with you there. He takes the Z role if that's true. I don't know where where Beckham ends up. I think Beckham is probably fairly versatile in terms of whether he could play in the slot or on the outside. And Jigba has, and some other players in this draft have made their money so far, made their money in the first round draft grade that they have in terms of being guys who were big slots. And that's what I think the Ravens need to try and stay away from, unless they're sure that skill set maps to the outside as well, because that's where the Ravens need more help. They don't need another big slot with that enormous glut of talent they have at tight end. The last thing you want to be doing is throwing a tarpaulin over that and restricting those snap counts.
Totally agree.
True. It's just there's only one X in this draft, and he's the most inconsistent receiver in the draft, so it's tough. It's just a really tough. I would love, I discount his arm length. I don't care in his height because he doesn't use it. It's like, you're going to draft him to run routes, to get open underneath, and to make yak, unless he can, like what Jake was saying, really improve his ball skills downfield and actually jump for the ball, extend for the ball. I mean, he does jump, but he doesn't extend. It's tough. It's tough, man. Like Quentin Johnson, toughest evaluation on my draft board as far as where the heck do I put this guy?
I'm with you on some of that. Here's my thing. It's a lot easier for me to forgive long arms that have not yet gotten it together for short arms that have almost no chance to evolve to the next level at the position they're projected at. And that's why I'm a big fan of arm length at a lot of position. Outside pass rushers, offensive tackles. It's just a skill you can't teach. It's like being 6'6" or being 6'8". You can't teach. There's a certain amount of that I can't forgive. At least with him, there is a chance. Now, it didn't work out for Clarence Moore, and it didn't work out for Tommy Streeter, and it didn't work out for some other guys in Ravens draft picks in their history. Brashad Perriman, you could maybe put in that group as well. I just think it has a chance to work out for Quentin Johnson. You are taking a chance, and honestly, if my biggest fear would be I don't trust the Ravens to develop a wide receiver. That would be my big fear, and that's what you're saying. I think when you say this guy's got alligator arms, and I can't fix it.
Yeah. It just depends what they want. A guy, Zay Flowers, for instance, my confidence in him being able to play Z, very high. I think he might even be an X receiver because he's so darn quick. And, of course, he's short, but he's stocky as heck. But a guy you can move around all over the place and runs routes with urgency. I love Zay Flowers. Jordan Addison, I think, would be a good pick. Quite frankly, this would be a good time to trade back if you're looking for a wide receiver. You still have Jalen Hyatt, and who knows what teams think about Quentin Johnson.
Love Jalen Hyatt.
There's a lot of good fits here at receiver for the Ravens if that's where they want to go.
All right, the Lions
have definitely have their pick. Go ahead again.
The Lions have made their pick at number 18, but it's going to be probably 45 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay, I was just going to say you're definitely going to have to pick of the litter at receiver there. But I just wanted to pick your guys' opinion on, given the recent additions that the Ravens have made on the coaching staff with Monken and with Williams and now with Greg Lewis this offseason, you kind of feel like that the tide might shift as far as the Ravens' inability to draft and develop receivers might change over the next few years?
That's a projection. It's possible. We've got a pick in that we've got to announce here. And it's another one where the Lions may have overdrafted for the position for the second consecutive time after drafting a running back. They draft Jack Campbell at number 18.
God damn.
I love the guy. I really do. I think he's so far above. He's the only obvious put him in the mic and the green dot from day one guy.
Man.
I really do love him. I still think that's an overdraft. And I am so happy that the inside linebacker market is now on the roll. So let's see some momentum on this and see if this generates some value for a certain who.
They could have traded to the end of the first round and still got this guy. I don't understand this at all.
I guess they're figuring who they had to compete with for that pick. What do you have to say about Jack Campbell, Jason?
Very good. Obvious, Mike. My concerns with him and why I didn't value him as high as I had Drew Sanders, number 1. I had Trenton Simpson for his versatility and athleticism, too. So I watched the Iowa State game with Jack Campbell. and saw him get crossed up by a running back I wasn't studying, so I have no idea who this guy even is. So I see some Malik Harrison type issues for Jack Campbell when it comes to the next level. If he's getting I'm talking small space too, on the open field, talking within the box, him getting crossed up and having his ankles broke. No, he just wasn't for me in this draft. Physicality, yes. Block shedding, smarts, instincts, and pass coverage. I don't worry about Jack Campbell. I thought he was good in pass coverage.
Oh yeah,
it's just no range, no change of direction. Little range and little change of direction are skills that I don't think will translate very well to the NFL.
Okay, so I'm going to say this about Campbell. The PFF is the toughest missed tackle standard of all. If you look at Pro Football Reference, which we have for pro tackles in PFF, Pro Football Reference always has fewer missed tackles, so they're more forgiving of a player. PFF is tough. They have Jack Campbell for only an 8.9% missed tackle rate in 2022 and only 9% for his college career, which is just fantastic. So there are some safeties who are lower than that, but for a guy in the box who's constantly facing some of the bigger bodied backs there, that's really exceptional.
There you go. A lot of people love him too. Yeah, Iowa State. I was just looking again. But great zone awareness as far as, people say, oh, he's a big Mike linebacker. He probably can't cover. Yeah. Nah, Jack Campbell can cover. He can cover. And he's very good at what he does, diagnosing the plays, getting a jump on the ball. So he plays fast for his size as well, I think.
We got a couple of great coverage inside linebackers in this draft. DeMarvion Overshone is my guy later. Just as unbelievable drop radius. But Campbell, I saw a lot of that too. Drops very deep into level 2. One of the things when I talk about players like not understanding what's going on behind them, one of the things they do is they tend to take fairly shallow drops and stay closer to the line of scrimmage a lot of the time and take themselves out of a position to make a play on a ball over them. So Campbell, obviously in part he's a hulking size at 6'5" for an inside linebacker, but also, creates a big obstacle for a quarterback with that. Something we saw from Hamilton last year in zone coverage. It was really a value for the Ravens. Yeah. Okay, we got the Buccaneers selection coming up here in a second. Oh, and interior defensive lineman Kalijah Cansey goes next. I know you were high on him, Jason.
I was high on him, but I wasn't high on him for the Ravens. So that to me is a very good pick. Kalijah Cansey, a 4.3 player only, probably will never be able to two gap. Let me pull up his arm length, but I want to say it's even like less than 31 inches, 30.58 inches. That is extremely short. Getting pushed around as an undersized defensive tackle. So not the Ravens style, but what he does do is get after the quarterback with quickness and a variety of moves. He uses those short arms really well, so it doesn't bother him, doesn't affect him at all when you're talking about rushing the passer. But I had guys like Brian Bresee higher than him because I didn't see the fit for the Ravens. Obviously, Tampa is a 4-3 team, so this is supposed to be perfect for them.
With Cansey, when you're talking about he made his short arms didn't bother him. His short arms didn't bother him in college, and that's the whole thing. Is they're projecting his length to the pro level and really seeing whether that can be something of value. Got terrific quickness. He's Matabike quick in terms of that. I'm not convinced he has that core strength. We didn't see him lift, so we don't know. I go ahead and say we do know. There's no way he's freaking Justin Matabike in terms of core strength because that guy's a muscle from head to toe.
Yeah. And I actually had Brian Bresee and Adetomiwa Adebawore. I had a Cansey on my board just for the fact that the Ravens like to mix up their fronts between playing 3-4, playing 4-3. So, this doesn't surprise me at all. Cansey, I think he's got is going to be a good player. I don't like the comparisons to Aaron Donald. That's so unfair to him. Yes. Just because they went to the same school and they're both pass rushers.
What do you got for us, Dan?
Do you think he matches up with Vita Vea? Well, he's not able to two gap, but Vita Vea clearly can. So, kind of opposite ends of the spectrum a little bit for the 2D tackles, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, because when you look at the defensive line, it doesn't have to be everybody all 3-2 gapping. You know, even when you play 4-man fronts, you can have one person 2 gap, the others 1 gap. So it's not an either or part, Dan. And I think that's a good point. Vita Vea, I want to say they had another big guy too when we played them, not just Roaches or something like that. Another big guy that looked even good, almost as good as Vita Vea.
Yeah, you're right, and I can't remember who it is right now either.
Yeah, I think Nunez Roches, right? That's the guy's name.
Something, yeah. Well, I believe it's hyphenated, and there's a Z in there, but I can't remember.
We're getting pretty close. What do you guys think is going to be the pick?
So I'll throw one thing out there. The ESPN, they've got a percentage on what what the pick will be for 22. 13% chance it'd be Will Levis, which obviously means a trade. So 13% chance that we trade back for a quarterback that jumps in front of the Vikings for a quarterback.
Who are the other players there? Because some of those are good, might be obvious trade backs also. Who else is on there?
JSN, Nolan Smith, Joey Porter, Zay Flowers, Banks, Kincaid. The typical cast basically is after.
Well, Kincaid is a trade back. Is he a significant percentage? 2, 3, 4%? Where are you?
I think Kincaid might go to the Chargers.
8%. Yeah. So.
Okay. And that's you're inversing the odds. You're not judging the whole board and taking the juice out of it, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, even though we haven't gotten the 4 quarterbacks that we suggested, that's 2 running backs and an inside linebacker, right? Am I missing anything else? All bonus picks for the Ravens.
Mm-hmm.
I will say right now I have Georgia bias, but if Nolan Smith is on the board, it's going to be hard for me to say not to pick him.
No, I agree with you. I think that given I think it's just, because there's so many receivers available. I think it's going to be down to if these 3 players are still on the board between Porter, Banks, and Smith, and I think they might be tempted, like I was saying earlier, to take Smith given his his rare skill set as a Sam linebacker.
Nolan Smith, one of the comments that was broadly made about him, and you can see a little bit of this on tape too, I think, is that he doesn't really come with a polished toolkit at Georgia. It definitely has some upside still to come, and so that would be exciting. As I went through my edge players, like that was one of the things I kept coming up with. Wow, he could learn a lot from Chuck Smith. The one guy who couldn't is Ojulari. He's learned it all from his brother, it seems like. So he's got a fantastic toolkit to start.
Yeah, Ojulari, another name we could be hearing real soon. Have him skip over Nolan Smith just because of how good of a player he was. Of course, I have Nolan Smith higher, but yeah, there's a lot of mishmash here as far as talent goes. Now, I still think Joey Porter is very talented. Him and Banks stand out to me. Nolan Smith stands out to me. And then you got those receivers where the opinions are so divided. So that's going to be fascinating to watch play out.
You only get one of these players. If you can't trade back, you're only going to end up getting one of them. If you trade back, you might end up getting a shot at probably not one of these guys, but a different second-tier player.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if you guys wanted to have this conversation, but as far as the Ravens historically, anytime they've traded out of the first round, how has that success ended up looking? And that's not necessarily – it's kind of a 2-part question because the success of the trade is a little bit different than the success of the player, analytically.
What did you guys think about that? And who's the
Courtney
guy?
Courtney Upshaw was one of them.
Yeah.
Courtney Upshaw was one.
But Mount Cody, and who was the other guy? The Sergio Kindle in the same year. So that was tragically not good.
Upshaw had a immediate impact on that. Early on in his career, he forced to fumble the Super Bowl and had some other nice plays. But I don't know. Like I said, I'm not the biggest fan of trading out unless you have a wealth of players that you have rated the same towards the end. Like at this point, you could probably have if they traded back to the early second round, they could probably still have to pick a litter at receiver.
All right, Seattle's pick is in. I don't know if they're planning to go to commercial or anything before they come back for it, so we'll just wait on that. What
I
do
hope they do. I don't want a commercial during our pick.
Okay, reasonable chance of a quarterback being taken here. Is Will Levis at 20 a reasonable pick still for Seattle?
Possibly. I would say it's not a corner. I would definitely say that.
They took their whole clock. I don't see a quarterback if you take the whole clock.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and it would be Levis and Hooker are both available. They just signed Geno Smith for 3 years, right?
Yes. The structure of the contract, I believe, is more like 1 to 2 years.
Okay.
Of him actually being there.
So a lot less upfront guarantees that they can still get out of. Yeah.
Yep.
So, Minnesota is possibly looking for a quarterback as well, right, to replace Kirk Cousins.
Yes.
Yes.
There's a chance that even if Levis is on the board before us, somebody might want to trade to get ahead of them. So, I think that with the scenario Jake pointed out earlier, if Levis is on the board, it could actually benefit the Ravens. Sure, that's becoming more and more real after this pick. We'll have to see.
Does it become an even more valuable pick if it's just down to Hooker instead of Levis? Or is he a grade down for you such that, I mean, he's older, that's certainly true, and that's not enticing to start with. But we're getting down to the kind of range where it's not too bad to get a one contract quarterback. You don't want to draft a guy like that at number 2 or number 3 overall, but if you're drafting at this point, it doesn't seem that bad.
Yeah, especially if you got Geno Smith to hold the fort down while Hooker's ACL heals.
Yeah, and I think the point you're also making is that 5th-year option for Hooker is that much more valuable rather than making him a 2nd-round pick.
Definitely a quarterback, I would say that.
Yep.
Gives you effectively 7 years of team control, as we've just seen here, and used effectively with Lamar Jackson. Whether, I don't want to get in an argument over this, obviously, but the Ravens did a good job in terms of making sure they had Lamar Jackson controlled for additional time. All right, this is a lot of kids on the field. That knee injury can't be serious enough to have her picking, not just for that. Punt, pass, and kick? What are we hearing here?
Flag football.
Okay. All right. One of the polarizing wide receivers, JSN, is off the board at number 20.
I figured he'd go there.
First,
Go ahead, Ken.
just going to say he wasn't my first receiver, but I understand why a lot of people like him. He's a big slot player, incredible 3-cone, incredible shuttle. It's not like you can't always find value in a guy like this. It's just he wasn't quite the perfect fit for the Ravens with who they usually have played in the slot and where the talent of this team, frankly, is primarily focused right now with that tight end group. So I didn't love him for that reason. If another team may figure that he can go wherever he wants on the field and play effectively there. He certainly has the size for it.
Yeah, that's
For all
the Go ahead, Josh.
I was saying, for all the reasons you listed, Ken, is the exact reason why I think he's the perfect fit for the Seahawks. They have their outside receivers locked down with Lockett and with Metcalf, and that Dwayne Eskridge thing hasn't worked out yet. So I think getting a guy like JSN who can be that power slot for that offense makes perfect sense, and didn't make much sense for the Ravens. I know he kind of meets the size threshold at 6'1" and just under 200 pounds, but just given his playing style and where he's best suited at, it makes perfect sense for Seattle, not for the Ravens. And I'm kind of glad he's off the board, so they're not tempted to make that selection at 22.
Yeah, I'm opposite of Josh on like almost all of that. First of all, Tyler Lockett works out of the slot most of the time. Secondly, JSN, if you run routes like he does, you can play Z. You can play Z at this level. Just innate route running skills. You don't have to threaten them deep. You can be we saw it here in Baltimore with Anquan Bolden. Wasn't a speed guy by any means, but he was hanging out on that right side of the field all the time, making plays. So yeah, the JSN guy, man, over here. I actually had him all the way up at 9 on my board without quarterbacks. So you take 4 quarterbacks or whatever. I thought 12, 13, 14 would be a good pick. lasts all the way to pick 20, first receiver off the board.
Let's just hear from the rest of the group on this. Go around the horn here. How much do you mark JSN down for having his huge year in 2021? It was an unbelievable season, one of the greatest by a college receiver ever. 8 targets this last year. Soft tissue injury kept him out. He was dogged by Todd McShay for staying out, but I don't know whether it's couldn't recover quickly enough to play or didn't really want to play to protect his draft status, but I'm not really sanguine with either of those. I'm not really happy about either of those. Where are you guys on that? Hey, do you dock him on your do you black dot him on your board, on your own board, for being an injury concern under that, or how do you figure? Let's start with you, Alec.
I mean, it definitely was a concern of mine. It definitely was earlier on too, but as I looked at the class more and more, he still became my wide receiver 1. It's a weaker class, though. I think in a stronger class, I would have had him higher, and I think it shows by him going at 20 that just where everyone's at with this wide receiver class.
How about you, Dan?
Yeah, same thing. I don't think it's a complete black dot, get him off your board, but it definitely puts him down. But there's strikes against all the wide receivers in this class, so it's just where you kind of rank them.
Yeah. Josh?
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. We talked about the wide receivers on your show, and I had him at number 1. I just thought he was a notch above the rest of the guys, and I didn't penalize him too much for the injuries, but of course it does factor in. And we're not getting the medical information like the actual teams are, so I kind of leave that more in a medium type status rather than trying to do too much.
What do you say, Josh?
Yeah, it's not that I didn't think he could play on the outside. I just he was best inside and in the slot, and but like I said, he was still my wide receiver one too. I like him above Zay and Johnston, and I kind of have him like I have him 1A and Addison as 1B. I just I really love Addison's complete skill set from that standpoint.
Okay, what I'll say is if anybody hears that the Ravens pick has been traded here, it's okay to say it, but not until the Chargers pick is announced. Okay, so it may be that the Ravens have already traded this pick because we're behind on the picks being announced, but we really don't want to hear it until this. But very exciting point, obviously, here, the Chargers picking the last team that'll pick before the Ravens, and their selection is in. And we've got some entire entourage moving to the front here, it looks like.
That's JSN.
Oh, that's
Celebrating.
JSN. Okay.
Yeah, 12 over there.
I'm hoping tight end.
Yeah, Kincaid for me would be my ideal pick for them.
For us.
No, for them, for the Chargers. They really miss Hunter Henry since he went and signed with the Patriots. So they've kind of been looking for that pass catching tight end since he left.
So if you look back at this so far, in terms of the guys who could have been there at 22, the only one I'm super upset about right now is Emmanuel Forbes.
Same here.
Yeah, it's the only one that I'm just absolutely distraught over. But other than that, I think I'm pretty much okay. And would you add JSN to that list, Jason, or was he close enough that you might not have taken him at 22, given the other players are still out there?
Oh, he would have been close. He would have been close and in consideration for me, even as a big JSN fan. But I still think, regardless of that, Ken, the Ravens are in as good a shape as you can imagine here, especially if Dalton Kincaid goes off the board. I mean, Will Levis hasn't even been picked yet. We're still looking at Joey Porter Jr., Nolan Smith, Zay Flowers, Deontay Banks, Jordan Addison, among others, sitting there for the Ravens. So, I mean, I think if you told fans, hey, all 5 of these would be available, or 4 of them, or 4, whoever your 4 favorites are, they would have took that in a heartbeat.
I'm sorry, I'm a little behind on comments here, so I'm going to try and get a few of these got.
All right, we got to pick in Ken, exciting one.
Oh, Quentin Johnson off the board, another wide receiver. So we might have a run on wide receivers here at number 21. I mean, I think we've said already some things about Quentin Johnson. I love him as the real X in this class. You don't love him as an inconsistent pass catcher and having kind of alligator arms. Does that summarize it?
Not alligator arms as much as not being able to track the ball, locate it quickly enough, and jump up and extend to go get it. I don't see fear. I think alligator arms suggest fear. It's more of his late picking up the ball and ball tracking that I am not a fan of.
He gives me Perriman vibes.
Gives me Boykin vibes.
Major.
I would say something about him that is special, though, is his yards after catch ability for being a larger wide receiver. That's something you do not see very often, and definitely a reason why the Chargers are taking him here.
All right, so
Yeah, he's a yak monster.
do we have any information that the Ravens have traded this pick, or are they on the clock right now, as far as we know?
I saw that they were
on the clock.
Okay.
I'm refreshing everything, trying to find out. So curious.
Right. Okay. So if we don't, I think if it's a wide receiver, I'd like to see Addison. If it's a cornerback, my guy, I think at this point would have to be Porter, and Nolan Smith would be the edge.
Yep. I think Addison, Flowers, Porter, Banks, Smith, all of them are pretty solid choices to have five, man.
It's a really nice position to be in, to be honest.
So it'd be great if they could trade down about 4 slots right now.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. If they could even like 3 or 4 would be fine with me.
If they're all pretty equal, if they're all pretty equal in their eyes, and
well,
you
if
can
you're
add another pick,
if you're sitting at number 26 and you say, "Hey, we're going to get 4/5 chance or whatever, the high percentage chance we get one of those 4 guys too," we're not going to trade down for that. We're not going to trade up for that. But you got to have the same needs the Ravens do, and need edge, wide receiver, corner to make it as good as juicy a group.
Right. That's where the quarterback maybe comes into play, Ken.
Yeah.
Or Dalton Kincaid or somebody that they really love. The tight end.
All right.
Yes.
5 minutes to go.
This is great because, again, I just want to say, you say, hey, Porter and Banks are both sitting there. Flowers and Addison are both sitting there. Nolan Smith is sitting there. I mean, I think that, a month ago, 2 weeks ago, last week, you would say, sign me up. I will take that right there. Just a nice choice of players sitting there for the Ravens.
So trade guys, we've got how much value in this particular spot right here? 22,
780.
780.
Yep.
So is there any way the Ravens could get about 700 out of this and justify a trade back at this point?
Yeah, there's lots of, I think the biggest thing is quarterback, right? You got to find a team that would want quarterback. I think it's hard to find a team to jump. Just like you said, there's a lot of options if you're not looking quarterback. But if you get like Detroit, maybe they've got 34 and 55, which would be good for 22 and 86. You've got the Saints, which has 29. They could do 29 and 71 for 22 and 86. So just a slight move up. Or you could get a 4th instead of just moving up in the 3rd there. Those are the 2 big ones I see that are reasonable dropbacks that would possibly be a quarterback. So here, unfortunately, there aren't a ton of teams that need quarterbacks.
Clock is still running. Pick is not in. Quick, give me a notion. What is the maximum number of JJ points you're willing to lose on this trade in order to trade back here? Okay, go around the horn once here. But start with the trade, guys.
I'd lose a lot, like 100.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd lose a lot too. I don't know the exact number, but I'm saying, we got like 4 or 5 guys we love right now. Go back as many spots as you can to feel comfortable. Get whatever you get. Call it good. That's all.
We need more picks, right? We want more picks. He said he want. I believe that.
Okay, so losing 100 is basically trading back to 27 and not picking up additional value in a later round. That would be the equivalent kind of 1-for-1 trade we'd be talking about. But we'd obviously have to be picking up multiple picks to make it worth it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That's an interesting thing. The 27th player is still going to be pretty good in this draft.
You have to basically think the 27 equals 22 at this point, right? Mm-hmm. So you're basically getting a 4th round pick for free is what you're hoping to get, because you're thinking JJ points 22, 27. While there's a difference, the value is the same. So,
when I'm looking at best player available plus need, which is really the magic formula for the Ravens, they want the best player available, but they want that need. They want it to be at a need position. This is a good spot. I mean, you got Banks or Porter. If we can't get one of those, we ended up, or if we just stick and pick, that'd be a great move too.
I agree. So what odds on the,
This
on the
might
clock
be a
going almost all the way down? Pretty high.
Hell yeah. EDC's working the hell out of them phones right now. I just know it.
Yeah.
I hope he's not on the phone with somebody who's holding him up, hoping that the player that they want will drop anyway, and they'll be able to pick it up cheaper, maybe from the next team.
Yep. Well, I got pick is
He's
in.
probably like an auctioneer.
I hope he's not just staring at the phone.
Yeah.
Pick is in is on my screen. So just to let you guys know.
There it is. Yes, it's on the screen now.
My gut is telling me it's going to be Porter just because they talk so much about it. Yeah, that would be my gut pick.
Yeah. I wouldn't be upset with either Porter or Banks.
My
and it wouldn't
second
be a great pod.
Would be Nolan Smith. It would be my second guess just because of the Monken thing. Yeah, I think that's an option as well.
Porter or Smith would be my number one and number two picks. Deontay Banks, I would still be very, very happy with here too.
Well, this is one of the points we made before the draft was this is about 75% of the Ravens' total draft value is in this first pick. It's like 780 out of 1,050 or something over for the whole draft. So it's about 76% it works out to be. This was the Ravens' chance to get more picks. Anything else they do with additional picks in this draft is going to be inconsequential in terms of the picks that they would get. So they seem to be very happy about this. I'd like to see a happy, lots of high fives draft room.
Oh yeah,
yeah. So they might have gotten a guy they really love.
Feedback.
This was not the same for the number 4 pick. The Colts draft room very subdued at this exact moment.
And of course, they're probably talking about the Lamar extension on the TV right now. I would just a wild guess they had report on. But we're all focused on the draft. I'm sure Mr. DaCosta is happy to focus on the draft right now today.
Oh yeah. Oh, he's a good point made by David Rakoff that there's still the possibility of grabbing up some value if Patrick Queen is traded. So want to see another inside linebacker off the board as soon as possible if you believe in Queen's value. Here we go. Zay Flowers is the guy, wide receiver.
Okay. What do you guys feel like this means for Duvernay's future in Baltimore, given that Zay could probably be a returner and that gadget guy too?
Yeah, I think Duvernay could definitely be traded during this draft. I would also say they are all in on making Lamar Jackson happy with the amount of weapons in the receiver room. So that is a good thing. I mean, there's not going to be any excuses. Everybody's going to be happy that the Ravens got a receiver, even though corner was a bigger need right now.
So in terms of how we move on from here, this is certainly a case, I think, where, well, maybe not certainly, but I think the Hopkins trade is out the window now. I don't think you trade for a guy after you draft Zay Flowers. Zay Flowers is a terrific take the top off the defense guy. So you have it from that perspective. He's exciting. Certainly has the speed to make the tight ends and Odell Beckham more valuable underneath. So it's a move from that way. I just think there were cheaper ways they could have done that at wide receiver later on. The Cincinnati guy Tyler Scott I liked, and some other speed options down the road. Where are you, Jason?
I love Tyler Scott, by the way. He was he was right in there. I had him higher than most, but Zay Flowers was number 12 overall on my board. My number 2 receiver next to Jackson Smith and Jigba. And again, for me, it's the position flexibility of Zay Flowers. Ken painted a pretty good picture of him. Didn't mention yak. Didn't mention toughness, which is something that he brings. Just one of the yak players. And I think that when Josh asked about Devin Duvernay's future, he's somebody I could see getting moved just as to clear some cap in day 3 of this draft. Maybe you get a 4th, 5th, 6th round pick back from Duvernay and are able to draft someone else that you can develop, maybe that developmental tackle or something, Ken, that they could recoup and really work on for this year, because the receiver room is stacked, the special teams room looking good. Zay Flowers definitely somebody who could do that. Just an impressive player, a spark plug, does different things than Beckham and Odell Beckham and Rashad Bateman. And then of course you have health issues with both Beckham, Bateman, coming off of injuries, didn't play to end last year. So adding some new blood in this receiver room not only should help us this year, but beyond.
Now, we talked a little bit about Duvernay, about a $4.3 million cap savings. Do I have that correct, Dan?
Yeah.
That's right.
So it obviously a big savings to be had if he's cut. Frankly, that's all it would take, right?
Mhm.
So we'll see what happens out of this. I don't know what rules exist if he's not really ready to come back, or if that gets to be a question in this. He's under contract and hurt, and I don't know what the rules are with that. But somebody else who's more informed can tell me about that.
I'm not sure about
that's
that. I would say, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I would say an interesting note about Zay Flowers is he's familiar with Lamar. They're from a similar area. He's from Fort Lauderdale, which is, right next to Miami. So him and Lamar have already connected. That could be a reason why they went with him, maybe over a Jordan Addison, who actually was my wide receiver too. I had Flowers at 3. I like both of them a lot. But that Florida connection is really strong. You're getting another small wide receiver like Wood Brown. Maybe Lamar kind of enjoys throwing the ball to those kind of players or watching those guys. I'm not 100% sure, but Zay Flowers has a lot of juice. He plays much bigger than his size, and I think he's going to be a heck of a playmaker for the Ravens, even at that small size.
Good point. The chance of re-signing Marcus Peters just increased, I think, with this pick.
Yeah. That was kind of where my mind went. First of all, I was like, okay, MP Juice Man might be coming back to Baltimore if this is the case. If they're not going cornerback in the first round, so I love that. I mean, I love it from a sense that you can probably get Marcus Peters for like much cheaper than we originally thought he was going to get. Because I remember Ken, me and you were talking about one of your other shows about realistic free agents on defense, and Peters was still on my list as far as the guy who might, the longer he sits on the market, the cheaper his price goes down. If they don't go cornerback in the first round, he's definitely can be brought back. Now that they have that extra cap space from extending Lamar, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they brought him back if he's back in Baltimore by this time next week.
Love it. I love the depth there at the skill position players on offense now. One of the things I was talking about with both Alec and Ken on the shows is we don't know what the Ravens have lined up. Marcus Peters could very well be one of those things where we had cornerbacks prioritized higher on our list than the Ravens did because they knew Marcus Peters was going to come back. And now, especially since Lamar opened up some cap space, they could bring Peters back on maybe even a 1-year deal. And maybe that helps with the cap next year because they're not committing any further resources to the cap. Just paying Marcus Peters 1 year, $8 million, $10 million, call it a day.
Yeah, I think that would be actually a little too high. Yeah. We'd be talking about maybe 3 grading to 8. Am I muted? No.
Nope, you're good.
3 with 8 in incentives or something, or that it'd be that. I think it would be that kind of deal. I can't imagine they would. I can't imagine this would be a really big deal. I think it would be an incentive-laden deal is what I would likely see. And that will be spending some of next year's cap to build something like that. But if you look at it as a pool of money that can be spent either year, it's not really any different.
I think the other guy is Rock Ya-Sin. I think, they brought him in before, I believe. It really kind of makes sense that they held off on him because of the comp pick reasons, that they want to wait until it doesn't count against the comp pick so that they can keep the one from Powers. That wouldn't have applied for Peters. So that's why I think if they were more interested in Peters than a free agent cornerback, they would have already gone with Peters maybe, because that doesn't impact your comp pick, but a free agent one from another team does. So that's why I think that if I had to bet between those two, I would say more Rock Ya-Sin than Peters.
Certainly, they're both in the discussion now. Rock Ya-Sin may have other suitors too after the draft is done or after May 1st passes as well. Brandon Stevens played well at the end of last year. I've said this a couple of times, but I'm very uncomfortable with Brandon Stevens being any higher than the 4th outside corner. I really don't want him to be the 3rd guy. I certainly don't want him to be a starter. If he's the fourth guy, he's helping you on special teams. Maybe he plays safety in a pinch when you need him. No problem. But I mean, he's got a ways to go still on the outside.
I will say what I'm noticing is that I think we might be right that the corner market is depressed because there's so many good corners. And these guys are sliding more than we thought they would. And potentially, if the Ravens can work out a deal to move up a little bit and snag a guy we never expected in the mid third or even late second, that could be a tremendous move. And that would be classic Ravens move. They did it with wide receiver. They might do it with corner, where they feel like they have a hole. They double down and they do like one extra move, one more than you thought that they would do to really make sure they wouldn't get wronged again.
Yeah. Well, it ended very quickly. Their surplus cornerback they drafted last year, Fuller. Not only do they pay him pretty good money, much more than I thought he was gonna be signed for. I thought he'd be a minimum with an LTBE on top of that. But ended up being like, I think $3 million. If there were NLTBs, they weren't earned, so it doesn't really matter. But he was hurt after one game and change, right? He's hurt in the second game, I believe.
Thought it was the first game.
It might have been the first.
First game it was Achilles or ACL
in the end zone. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, he got pushed in the back and his leg kind of that damn turf in MetLife, man.
The comment I was going to make when you guys were talking about making that extra move, it reminded me of more the tackle position and how the Ravens addressed that last year, even more so than what they did at corner. But I feel like they shored up the offensive line, in a good way after they hadn't.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but you also
had
have
Jawan James. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, you also have to remember that OBJ is a 1-year deal, right? So, you've got this. I think future proofs a little bit as well, hopefully. So,
All right, just have the next pick in, and the Vikings take Jordan Addison at number 23. Getting good value there.
Got to run. We had to run, right? I think Shrimp Troll is saying that's 4 straight. I'm not sure if that's accurate, but Shrimp Troll is usually on the money.
Quentin Johnson's been taken, JSN, Flowers, and Addison. Even if it's not 4 in a row, it's 4 in a short period of time.
it was 4 in a row. Yep, JSN, Quentin, Say, and Addison. Yeah.
Let's take a look at Stitchy's question here. A first-round wide receiver plus a free agent cornerback, or a first-round cornerback and any remaining free agent wide receiver. Which is going to provide the team more, I guess, value for the dollars is how I would look at this particular question. Alec, what do you think? I'm sorry, are you asleep over there? Okay.
Sorry, I was on mute. What was the question?
So the question is Stitchy 12's question. By the way, Stitchy looks like he's coming to us from
Okay.
Jessup, I guess, with the orange jumpsuit there. I'm just kidding. But it does. It's a very orange looking jumpsuit you're wearing there, Stitchy. I'm sorry about that. I hope it's not true. But anyway, so the question is first round wide receiver and a free agent cornerback, or a first round cornerback and any remaining free agent wide receiver. If they've already kind of shown how deep they could go in the free agent wide receiver barrel and still paying a lot of money, I think you're right. I think you probably can do better getting a free agent cornerback, including Peters in that group, with a first round wide receiver. So it's a very good point.
Yeah, it's a great observation, honestly. I hadn't really thought about it that way, but I feel like the tier of wide receiver you're dealing with right now is lower than the corners that are available, or at least comparable, and the dollar amount isn't even close. So very good point.
Laurel, Maryland, he says. Isn't that near Jessup? I think it is, but maybe not that close.
Yeah.
Where Ken's all Ken's relatives are, or my relatives in Jessup. Yeah.
There's a sad story that goes with that, but I'm not going to get into it now.
Hey, sad stories over here too, Ken. Sad stories over here. Dundalk kids, so don't forget that, man. Plenty of sad stories. But hey, as far as Stitchy's question, though, Marcus Peters changes that for me. He's just so familiar with this town. He's bought in. I think that he showed flashes last year, and he's the type of player that even if he's lost a step, his instincts make up for that. And then the safety's playing behind him as well allows him to be more of a playmaker at times. So I like Marcus Peters in that cover 3 when we play it. I think that, the receiver market was kind of underwhelming to me we're talking about trading for Hopkins. I like taking Flowers in the draft and bringing back a Marcus Peters, or maybe we find a way to trade Patrick Queen now for one of these corners that has fallen. And maybe we have to throw in our 3rd round pick to get a 2nd round pick, something like that. Queen in the 3rd for a late 2nd or mid 2nd. It could totally make sense in this scenario too.
Does that make sense value-wise? You guys, by the way, the Giants just traded with Jacksonville on the pick. If you want to work on what that might be for.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with the value. I think it's way smarter to sign a veteran receiver. To sign a veteran cornerback and draft a 1st round receiver. Just given the pool of talent on the veteran market at cornerback compared to receiver. I mean, you already went out and signed 2 veterans, albeit on 1-year deals. But I'm much rather in favor of drafting the 1st round wideout and bringing back a guy like Peters on like a 1 or 2 year deal. Or even Rocky Ascent. I like Rocky Ascent too as a good QB, not QB, CB2.
So let's talk about 86 and Queen, what that would bring. You have Queen is the 86 pick's worth 160 JJ points. To get back up to say the number 50 pick, where Tampa Bay is, would be worth 400. Any chance that Queen would draw as much as 240 points with a year left on his contract? Plus, of course, the possibility of signing him to a 5th-year option.
I think so. I know you're asking the math guys, but I think Queen himself was worth about a 3rd round pick.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I would definitely say it's definitely a reasonable amount of value to get back, particularly with how the linebacker looks and with the one true Mike off the board. And to answer your question as well, 172 is probably the trade pick. It's 21 JJ points, so 1 point delta.
172 is the likely for they moved up one
Trade
spot.
up.
Yeah. That's I would put a high probability that you're right on the money on that. But it is, since it's the 1st round, it may be last guy of their 1st-tier players before the 2nd tier. They may pay a premium for that. So we'll see if this is you think it's the 5th round pick, right? Not the 4th.
Mm-hmm.
5th round pick.
Yeah.
Loving the questions here, by the way. The stuff's coming up across the comment board is just some great conversation fodder.
There's another good one. I don't know how much work you did on Corey Trice. Jason, did you see that question?
Yeah, big physical corner out of Purdue, like Corey Trice. I dropped him down. I didn't put him in the Julius Brents type range. I have him as like a round 3, maybe round 4 guy, just because of his lack of speed. But big physical corner. He'll blow up anything around the line of scrimmage. It's impressive to watch. Long speed, not his thing. Playmaking, but you're talking about a big guy that can push people around and really disrupt routes. I think that he's risen up draft boards. I have him. Let me just check real quick. Corey Trice at number 88 on my board. So again, factoring in the unpredictableness of the draft, unpredictability. 4th round, yeah, I'd be all over him.
You're not going to be super excited even in the 4th round about that guy though at 86, right? Because you would normally say in the 4th round, if you're picking 120, say, and I don't know where the Ravens are picking the 4th exactly this round, you'd expect that somebody on the top 60 of your board might be available, right?
Sure. I mean, and there's plenty of corners too. So I might have, at that point, 3 corners ahead of him and not be real pleased with the pick. But if he's the last corner out there that I like for a while and we reach on him a little bit as far as where I value him aboard, then I don't hate it. You know what I mean? Like 3rd round would be I think that's a little early, but we filled a need. So that's great. 4th round would be home run for me.
Nolan Smith, kind of the forgotten man in this draft right now, isn't he? We're down to number 24. He hasn't been taken.
Wink might like him.
Here we go.
Nothing.
Deontay Banks goes at number 24. I know a lot of Maryland people are going to be a little bit upset about that. So,
Yeah, just said Wink might like Nolan Smith. Wink is definitely going to like Deontay Banks. Physical press corner, put him on the island. Bring all your safeties and linebackers on a blitz. Wink, do all kinds of crazy stuff. Banks gives that to you. Competitiveness, height, weight, speed. See him compared to L'Jarius Sneed on the TV right now. Not a bad comp. I think, man, Banks has got some juice, man. I love the pick. Definitely was in pretty high on my board. So congratulations to Deontay Banks out of Maryland.
everybody's dream, be a first-round draft pick. This is a really special moment. Special moment for the Maryland program as well. I don't know. Anybody know out there in the comments who was the last Maryland player to be drafted in the first round? It's probably been a while. I'm trying to think if they might have had a
wasn't there a safety?
Stephon Diggs maybe even or
I think they had a
No,
safety.
it was
didn't they?
the Packer safety. The what's his name? God, Darnell Savage, right?
Yep, Savage.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good call. Good call. I was thinking Vernon Davis, but I figured there was somebody else behind there.
Yep. Saw one in here. Yeah, the shrimp trawler. He just keeps posting. It's great.
Man, bro, I told you. Try to tell y'all.
Joey
That's
Porter could slide to the Steelers for the Chase Claypool pick. Man, that would just be frustrating as a Ravens
That'd be
fan
wild.
for them
they
to
get
get
Gonzalez and Porter.
Broderick.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh God, yeah,
Oh.
yeah. Please, somebody take him.
They
No,
did
that's
Broderick
Belichick.
Jones, right?
That's right. Belichick took Gonzalez. Never mind.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Jake. You got me all upset there for a second.
Well, sorry.
Like he apologizes. Oh man, love you guys. I love you guys. What a time.
So looks like the Bills traded up.
Yep.
Okay, so
This
there
could
was a
be
lot of
Porter,
running back
maybe.
talk for them. Jake, what you got?
I mean, I think it could be Porter. If not him, then you could be talking about Nolan Smith, possibly.
Didn't they just take Kyrie Elam last year in the first round?
They did. I guess maybe they're not really looking at corner. I forgot about Elam. Nolan Smith makes a lot of sense to me. What else do they need? They need guard,
Tight end.
and tight end. But they signed Dawson Knox to an extension recently. Do they want to go with a Kincaid and kind of say Knox, you're our tight end too? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a weird one for them.
It could be linebacker, but we already had the one guy come off the board.
Well, there's other guys, and hopefully,
Trenton Simpson,
Sanders?
right? Trenton Simpson,
it could be
Drew.
Simpson.
Yeah.
if the Bills draft a linebacker here, I wouldn't. I don't know how much that's going to help the. It would anything that decreases the available linebackers. There's just nobody who's an obvious first year Mike out there right now. They have Tremaine Edmonds. So I don't think they're looking to replace him this year. They do have him, right? He's still Buffalo, signed by Buffalo, right? Check OTC real quick.
No.
Edmonds is
He's
with the Bears.
He's with the Bears. Yep.
All right, well, that'd be good. Finding inside linebacker.
What about Brian Branch for the Bills as far as a versatile guy who can play a little slot and a little safety? I think Poyer and Hyde are getting up there in years. Yeah.
He's a great player. Whoever gets him,
Great player, and offensive line. I'm not sure how it's looked, but that could always use. This is getting to the point where the media is not going to slam you for taking a guard either. So, the Bills could go. Yeah, I wouldn't even rule out the tight end Dalton Kincaid because he's different than Dalton Knox. He'd be your slot receiver and a really good one to put next to Stephon Diggs and Gabe Davis. Jake.
Yeah, I would say Kincaid makes a lot of sense if they're trying to go firepower, but I would not rule out Darnell Washington if they're trying to add an element to the running game, which has not really existed recently.
That's a good point. And they've drafted a lot of developmental tackles too, and Washington could fit that bill. At some point. The role you're talking about is a sixth offensive lineman for him anyway. What you're talking about is to put him at tight end in line all the time.
Yes, but they do have the Georgia connection already. So last year in the second round, they took James Cook. So if they get Nolan Smith or they get Darnell Washington, they're going to have some familiarity and maybe a small scouting report from Cook. So that'd be an interesting piece of it.
I'm sorry, Dan, we ran over you a little bit there.
No, that's fine. I was just going to say the trade details was 25 for 27 and 130, which is spot on with JJ. So
okay,
the
24. Did we hear what went for 24?
It was 24 for 25, 160, and 240.
Okay. And so that represented a small premium, right? Because that's wait a minute, that's a fifth and a sixth, or fifth and a seventh.
It is a small premium, but we're talking tiny at this point, right? So it's 99% because the difference between 172, which was the guess before, versus 160 and 240 is like 5 points or something like that. So it's very, very minor.
So the flatter valuation scales would say that the trading down team won. For sure. We're going JJ here.
Yeah, in both of these, the trade backs, between 24 to 25 and getting 2 picks, or 25 to 27 and getting 1 pick, the trade back team definitely won. So from non JJ charts.
All right, here we go. There he is.
All right, Dalton Kincaid goes to Buffalo. That certainly adds another serious weapon to their offense.
Big weapon, different player, big slot. Were they messing around with like Isaiah McKenzie in the slot, replacing Cole Beasley? Not sure what their slot situation is this year. But now, man, with Gabe Davis and Dalton Kincaid, they can stretch the field from multiple areas to complement Stephon Diggs as a route runner. Not making me the most excited pick for the Ravens perspective. I mean, the Bills got better. They got more explosive on offense. We're not picking again for a while, so I'm not worried about an extra tight end that we don't need going. Kincaid was going to be taken by the next time we picked anyway. So, yeah, I would have rather Buffalo picked a linebacker or a position that didn't scare the daylights out of me, because I really like Kincaid a lot in this draft.
John, I'm a hard no on your question. This is exactly, by the way, the point at which the Atlanta Falcons were in the 1999 draft. And they said, we really want to go out and draft somebody, and I forget even who it was, but the Ravens held, I think, the 29th pick in that draft. And the Falcons traded them the number one in the fall. No, it was in the second round. They traded they traded their number one in the following year for something like an early second round pick. They lost that big time. The Falcons, after making the Super Bowl, had a terrible year, and Jamal Lewis ended up being the player the Ravens got out of it at number 5. I don't think you ever. I don't like spending next year's money. I hate spending next year's draft capital even more, and I really would. I would hate that deal if they made it. It's always worth considering. It's always good to go for a thought exercise like that. Anybody else have a different, want to take the devil's advocate position on that?
Not really, because in any draft, the difference between 5 spots even could be huge. So, I mean, yeah, we could pick 30 next year, but we could also pick 24th, and that might, in this draft, for instance, or a worse draft or a better draft could make a big difference. So, yeah, I mean, I agree, though. I think the Ravens, man, on paper, are a really good team. It's just a tough conference, too. I'm not a big fan of giving up first-round picks, man. Anything can happen. They're usually your cornerstone players. So, yeah, not a terrible idea. John said, I said I was crazy. Not too crazy, man, but this isn't the draft for it for me. It really isn't.
What if we change the valuation slightly here, and it was trading next year's number 1 for the Cowboys wouldn't do it at number 26, but let's say you get 27 in exchange for next year's number 1. I mean, obviously now we're really talking in high gambling territory from whoever's trading that pick away. I don't really buy into the 50% devaluation. I maybe look at 20 to 25% devaluation for a deferred pick. Reasonable, Alec? Dan, you say 50% because you normally see a round, right, Dan?
Right. It's a huge drop off for a first, and I think teams they have a huge devalue for a year because as fans, we're around for next year, right? As coaches and GMs, they may not be. So I think there is a very different perspective on waiting a year when your job is dependent on it. So from a lot of teams, right? Not all teams, but a lot of teams. So I think there's a very big difference in how we perceive a year deferral. But I think 50% is how the league does, but I think it's closer to like 10%, 20%, something like that in reality.
Great philosophical point there, by the way, both in terms of the valuation and in terms of the willingness to accept deferred gratification, delayed gratification, right? That's the term, the psychological term. You have coach who's on the hot seat. You have general manager. You have a lot of times ownership because they've got to sell seats and they got to do this. And then oftentimes, and I would not say this is the general Twitter fan base is highly active, highly wants things to change. Got to make this move right now. But the large majority, your season ticket holder base, is the most patient of all and being willing to wait for the aircraft carrier to turn around as long as they have confidence in the direction of the ship is changing. A GM and a coach just often cannot afford to wait to do that.
Yeah, if you're talking, early second round for a first, I'll do that all day. But that's if there was a player that dropped, that you have a first round pick or valuation on, and you can get the 34th pick or something like that. Sure, let's do it. But I'm not getting a mid second or a late second pick. So. Yeah, I think the 5th year option nowadays is a little bit blown out of proportion, unless you're talking QBs. The reason for that is basically if your player's good, they're expensive because of the change in salary. So I really think that the 5th year with the most recent CBA changes, it has really decreased in the value that it holds. Especially the fact that it's fully guaranteed this early. You have to make a decision like we're seeing with Patrick Queen. So it's a very difficult one. You see good players have their 5th option declined not infrequently, right? Chase Young is a good one.
Devin Bush. Yeah.
So I'm not sure that the value is always there for it anymore.
Yeah, I agree. It becomes more of a market value year. You need your draft value has to be recouped in those first 4 years. And Dan, I think you were on when we said this earlier, but it's so much. The NFL CBA has changed to make it so that you have to have more young players, and you even have to be more focused on the draft in terms of getting your value back.
Yep, absolutely. That's key, and especially with the quarterbacks market, as it is, it's you've got to have those offsetting values. You've got to have a significant chunk of your team, a meaningful chunk of your team, be on a rookie contract.
Alec, I want you to think about after the Dallas pick. We'll talk about go around the horn on what's the biggest surprise of the first round so far for you. I've got one that I'm kind of shocked by, but we got to pick in here. He's not coming to the stage just yet anyway.
Yeah. 5th year option, man, comes into play with quarterbacks, I would say, more than anything else. You got Hendon Hooker. You got somebody you could keep team control of instead of breaking the bank for them, give them an extra prove it year, that kind of thing. So, but that was my opinion on the 5th year. Wow.
Okay, now we got one of the big reach picks, and I saw the sycophantic behavior going on like crazy in that Dallas war room. But Mozzie Smith out of Michigan, prototypical nose tackle, moves people, good bull rush, but boy, that seems like a massive reach for me in round one. I thought, he might be a guy that would still be around at 86 even, or even if he's not, an early third round pick. Where did you have him, Jason?
I just took him off the board. He was the last of my day 3 value picks at 78. So, yeah, I mean, he's a nose tackle. He's redundant to what the Ravens already have with Travis Jones and Michael Pierce for this year. But drafting a lineman who doesn't get pressure on the quarterbacks, I mean, I'm looking at his numbers here. I don't think he had a sack in college. I think he had like 2.5 tackles for loss last year or something like that. Just a very deliberate player. He's good against the run. He gets a little high, I think, and washed out too. So he's not a perfect nose tackle prospect to me either. So, we heard that he might sneak into the first round. I guess that's the Dallas reporters or the Dallas building leaking with Jerry Jones over there.
Something about him that stands out, I believe, was mentioned before the 2022 season, was that he was on Bruce Feldman's freak lists. He was a guy that was supposed to test incredibly well. I think he did, but I don't have his RIS in front of me. I don't know if anybody has that pulled up. But yeah, I'm pretty sure he tested really well at a high school level and maybe even into college, was a little bit of a freak in the weight room and stuff like that.
Trying to bring it up here. He does have a high athleticism score on what I'm looking at, 34 bench reps. So, he's what you want in terms of strength. What I noticed about it looking at him was that when other teams tried to run zone against him, he had the answer always on the backside. So that running back is looking to cut back. When he's on the backside of the run and he can play two gaps very effectively, that's extremely valuable. So what I saw from him was an ability to wait, and then fling his guy aside like a rag doll and make that tackle on the backside. And he had highlight after highlight that looked like that. If you watch an individual game, he doesn't just make the highlight tackles himself. He often bubbles the player, makes it easier for that guy. Not claiming he's not a great run defender. It's not enough to draft a guy, 26 overall for great run defense.
Yeah, and there's a question in there. How does he compare to Travis Jones from Michael Smith? I would say Travis Jones is a consistent pocket pusher compared to Mozzie Smith. Mozzie Smith is very deliberate with his actions. Now, he's got that quickness to be able to shoot a gap. You see it flash every once in a while, but that's not why you're bringing him on the team. He's never going to be a sack guy. I would say a little bit redundant to Travis Jones, and I actually like Travis Jones better as a prospect than I did Smith. So just wasn't a fit for the Ravens, and like Ken said, a little bit of a reach for the Cowboys.
To me, going back to Travis Jones for a second, I would have loved to see him get to play on the field, and we probably will this next year, with Pierce in a 1-3 role together, because I think we could see Travis Jones just be a devastating one-on-one player versus a guard instead of having to two-gap, where I think that takes away a lot of his penetration ability, and obviously two-gapping takes away his penetration ability, but the ability to get stood up by two players is something a lot of linemen have difficulty with. Whereas I think if you get him one-on-one, the more you can put him in a position where he's crossing the guard's face and hitting a center as an under on stunts, or even as the looper in his case, because he's quite quick. I would love to see what he can do for the Ravens at 3 this year. And Mozzie Smith and him would be a great future pairing going down the line. But again, the value is it's not right at 26.
Yeah, agreed. And again, Ken, there were times where I thought he played way too high. Like he flashed dominant reps in there with some poor reps for a man his size and strength. So yeah, hey, maybe upside is there for him, and they figure. I think he came into campus weighing almost 350 pounds, had to cut back. Chances are he's got good work ethic and really anchor a defensive line. But it's a good pick, I guess, from the Ravens' perspective, if they're going to make any kind of move soon just to get a player of non-need off the board.
Fair comment from John there, John Nelson.
I think so. What I know about Brandon Williams now, yeah, that's a lot for Mozzie Smith to live up to, really. You're talking about what? 10-year player almost, Brandon Williams. I think he was 2013 draft, 9-year player.
Yeah, when I saw that pick, I was like, they basically just took Brandon Williams in the first round of the draft. Okay, guess we're doing that in 2023.
Yeah, there's some similarity, freakishness there in terms of strength, certainly.
But can he do a handstand and walk on his hands? Is the
Yeah,
question.
there you go. 34 bench reps. Maybe he can. Yeah.
Hey, look! Just because you can throw around some weight doesn't mean you can hold your own weight. There's a difference.
Oh, yeah.
Balance. So here we are, only 31 picks this year. We have 5 more tonight here, pick 27.
What Tom asks, maybe I need a second comment from you. I hear the Bengals are forfeiting their pick here. This is a joke, obviously, right? Or is there something else?
Yeah. No, this is a joke. The Jags pick is just now coming in, so right. Bengals are on the clock.
That would be nice.
Have to check that Bengals roster out soon. I was getting excited here. Just getting excited. It's just a big day for the Ravens. Lamar Jackson, Zay Flowers. Now all of a sudden we have depth at a position that I can't remember the last time we had this kind of depth. It's just beautiful to see. And there's my guy, Ken. Called it earlier.
Yeah, there you go. You were pimping him. Anton Harrison of Oklahoma is next off the board at tackle. We had some interesting right tackle prospects that were still possibilities, but Harrison, definitely an interesting prospect.
Yeah, high upside for Harrison. He's just got to show it. I think that people had him all over the place in this round, first round, second round, third round. It was more of a second round game player to me. But you're talking about he has experience at right tackle, but his profile is that of a left tackle. Just easy feet, pure pass protector, somebody that you would say, okay, you look at his pass protection and the way he moves, he could play on the blind side and be a guy for us for sure. So Jags, would they have? I can't remember his name at left tackle. They've been hanging on to him for a long time. Cam
Robinson.
Yeah,
all right. Suspended. So.
Yeah, he got suspended today for somewhere between 2 and 8 games, right?
Yeah, PED. Yeah.
No.
So how did you compare Harrison to DeJuan Jones?
Harrison I saw as a high bust potential. So I had Jones a little bit ahead of him, even though Jones is your right tackle.
Mm-hmm.
DeJuan Jones, I think, is an Orlando Brown Jr. type prospect. I mean, his Senior Bowl was dominant. He made Isaiah Foskey look small. It was like if you could not go around DeJuan Jones. That was the thing that stood out to me, guys, is that, okay, here's this huge man, heaviest man in the draft, and you would think you could beat him with speed, but with his length and size, it was impossible to go around him. Your best chance to get home on DeJuan Jones was to fake to the outside, try to burn that edge, and then counter to the left and make sure or counter to the right, make him transfer his weight to the right, to the left, excuse me. But yeah, you're not going to be able to bull him. You're not going to be able to go around him. So I love DeJuan Jones as a right tackle prospect.
All right, real quick from you guys, who are you most worried that is the pick for the Bengals right now?
Okay, I wouldn't want them. Brian Branch, maybe. I wouldn't want them to get another good secondary guy. I wouldn't want them to get Ringo either. You put me down for those.
Is Porter still on the board?
Porter's still down. Yeah, I would say Porter.
Yeah, I would see. With Ringo, I would like that. I would like
give you one more. Derek Hall. I agree. Porter would be a bigger problem there. Derek Hall would be another one I don't want to see going to them.
Yeah, high upside guy with pass rush. They already got Hendrickson, and he would upgrade Hubbard from a pass rush standpoint, I think.
Would Nolan Smith even fit them? I mean, speed off the edge, but I don't know if he is necessarily a regular scheme fit for them.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think he's even smaller than some of their off-ball guys. if I'm not mistaken. He's like smaller than Logan Wilson and Jermaine Pratt.
Yeah, they like to play that big 4-3 ends
Mhm.
and Hubbard and Hendrickson and
Yeah.
give them a lot of snaps. So I don't see Nolan Smith.
Murphy would be a better fit if the Bengals went pass rusher
Yeah.
here.
Yeah,
It would be a better fit.
Josh.
Miles Murphy it is.
Oh, well, there we go. Made the most sense. I mean, he's going to rotate with Hubbard and Hendrickson. I guess they like to have a good rotation, 3-4 defensive end rotation in Cincinnati.
What's the contract status of Hubbard? Is he currently on an extended deal, or is?
I think they just signed him to an extension recently, like not maybe like the last year or two. I can look that up real quick.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
All right.
So Sam Hubbard is signed through 2025.
Yeah, 25.
Okay, yeah.
Bless you.
Love, by the way, Miles Murphy. One of the things I love most about him is the way he gets off the line of scrimmage with urgency. I mean, he's already one full step before the quarterback even receives the ball at a shotgun. So he anticipates the snap really well. Big physical player. He's made for the AFC North for sure. My main concern with him, and I know Ken shares it and others, is really, can he finish? Can he finish himself? Is he more of a pressure guy and it's not going to get home, that's not able to disengage? Because a lot of times when I see him disengage, it's late. So as good as the start is with his rep, he tends to stall out. And you see a lot of effort plays with Miles Murphy chasing plays from behind.
Yeah, I do want to hear what everybody else has to say about this, but that was my fear with Murphy was, one, he's not really a finisher. Two, he really plays through contact a lot. So he negates a lot of the value of his good get off by trying to be too physical with his opponent, as opposed to avoiding contact when that ability is that when that option is there. So I didn't like him as much as a lot of the other pass rushers in this draft.
Yeah, me either. I was the same way. I wouldn't say I didn't see the hype. I just didn't value him as high as I did like a guy like Nolan Smith or other guys who would have been better fits for the Ravens at least.
All right. Well, this has been a great day for the Ravens in terms of news, and we hope it works out in terms of the pick, certainly. And the offense looks like they certainly have a lot of players. Of course, how many drafts after the draft are we really saying, wow, the Ravens still have a lot of problems offensively? It's usually, oh my God, they're so deep. How are they going to get all these players on the team? And it does seem to work out on the defensive side a lot. And that has a lot to do with their incredible record in preseason games. But I haven't really seen that play out on the offensive side too often.
Deep team. It would be nice to get a guard in here. But other than that, it's a really deep team on offense right now. Hard to poke any holes. Defensively, it's also, I think, a pretty solid roster. Brandon Stevens isn't ideal to be projected as your top left outside corner. But, man, with all the zone that we're playing too, you look at the talent on the defensive line for this year, Roquan, then you got Kyle Hamilton, another superstar, Marcus Williams, Marlon Humphrey. I mean, this Ravens team overall is very talented. I mean, I would love to compare the rosters once this draft is over.
Yeah, the 2020 Ravens definitely look scary. I just get a little worried that you have a lot of guys on expiring deals and one-year deals that, this time next year, we might be like, man, I wish we had 11 picks this year because we got a lot of holes to fill. Like not just a starting lineup, but also depth pieces too. So, because even Broderick Washington's a guy who's going to be up for a contract next year. And it's almost like is it going to be Matabike or Washington? If Matabike has a really big year, I think they might have a hard time keeping him, and they might just go cheaper and extend Brody. So you never know.
How about an early extension for one of those two, maybe even before the season starts? So you kind of put the feelers out for both of them. If Matabike, you can get him at a reasonable number, which would be higher, I'm sure. You do it now on a team-friendly deal, but otherwise you do it for Washington.
I think Broderick Washington will be more inclined to sign an early extension. I feel like Matabike, especially with Campbell not coming back, is going to be like, nah, I can wait because I'm probably going to eat this year. And so I feel like Matabike knows that he's probably going to have his best year to date this year, whereas a guy like Broderick Washington knows that even if he does have his best year, he's probably going to be making modest money at best.
Yeah, and it would be modest. I mean, it would be, hopefully 3 years, $11 million kind of thing would be the deal that Broderick Washington get. But it's enough of a payday that gives him that generational wealth that
Yep.
is nice.
Yeah, after watching what guys like Simmons and those other guys made this offseason, I know Madubuike doesn't view himself in that same vein as those guys, but he's like, oh, man, those guys are getting 22, 25 mil. I could at least get, somewhere in the teams. So I feel like he's a guy that's definitely going to bet on himself this year and wait on that contract extension until the offseason.
Yeah, probably a good bet.
Yeah, it'd be nice if he paid off this year for the Ravens too, and just took yet another step and developed into like an 8-sack guy from the inside. That would just set this entire defense off, man. But then he's the guy that has the potential to do it. You got Travis Jones steady, Michael Pierce steady, Brent Urban veteran, Broderick Washington not pass rush upside. So you want pass rush from your interior. It's Madubuike or some kind of draft pick that we haven't picked yet.
Yeah, I think Madubuike could really. I think he's. I wouldn't say the leader in the clubhouse, the lead team in sacks, just because I got high hopes for Ajabo and Owe. But I think Madubuike is going to be up there as far as like team leaders in sacks next year. You could possibly even potentially get double digits given that. So depending on what they do at defensive line in the next couple of days, I just don't see anybody bringing in is going to really threaten his playing time like that. So I feel like he's in store for a really big year. Getting that the Ravens a decent comp pick.
He has to play on the obvious passing downs, and with Campbell gone, his chances certainly increased. He played some of them this last year. I do think the Ravens will look more to the outside linebacker scheme. I think it's kind of their natural way of doing business. It was their only way of doing business with Wink, but I think it's their natural way of doing business even in the McDonald era. Yeah, good point, John.
Okay.
I think we know the answer to that question. Nothing.
Yep.
I think
that it was all D-Hop. It was himself doing it. That money was just too much. So I didn't buy it. The 19 million, you'd have to give up such a high pick in order for the Cardinals to take that, to eat that much. So
just had a good player come off the board and go to the Saints. Brian Brzee, a monstrous interior defender, uses his size like almost nobody in the class. Exciting interior defensive lineman in a year where there aren't a lot of great ones, Jason.
Yeah, Brian Brzee, local kid from Damascus here in Maryland, #1 recruit in the country. Had some problems. Had a shoulder injury. Had a sickness, ACL. I mean, he's had a lot of stuff happen to him. The death of his sister, his little sister, and yet here he is, still getting drafted in the first round, and that's a testament to the sheer talent that he has. Ken mentioned the power. He's also got some quickness. He's also got plenty of pass rush chops. I think he's very advanced in his hand usage for somebody this young. Graduated high school in 2020, and here he is putting spin moves on college left tackles and finishing the play. Just all kinds of just polished and all kinds of upside for Brian Brzee. He would have been somebody I would have been really happy with on the Ravens because of the discussion we just had about Madubuike being the only real pass rush threat on the line.
One of the really versatile. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was about to say something similar to you said, Ken. One of the most versatile guy that can line up all over the defensive alignment. Kind of like he was a guy that I wrote a couple of weeks ago would be an ideal fit to replace Calais Campbell in the Ravens defensive line rotation. Can play inside. You can kick out outside if need be in the pinch, or even on early downs. Guy can set the edge. He can penetrate. I mean, like I said, his hands are just very incredibly violent and active. And I like you were saying. Beyond his years, as far as his refinement and his pass rush game, his health is just the only thing for this guy. And I feel like the stuff he went through in college will kind of stay behind him in college. Like you're not going to have family members, God forbid, die on you like that. And the kind of infection that he got is kind of one of those fluky things. So guys get hurt, but he's a guy that I feel like is going to be a much more impactful pro than he was in college.
Yeah, definitely. He's a very safe pick. Of the guys, but just that versatility to play all over is exciting, and obviously it's most exciting probably on pass rush downs where you can keep him in there, have him play probably over the nose on pass rush downs, and have him move out and play an uncovered edge in a 3-4 maybe on a stand up your outside linebacker on other downs. So, he can certainly play all over. We didn't miss a pick here, right? 30 is the next one.
No.
Expecting.
Okay. I will call it right now. I am
Nolan
surprised. Smith. I'm surprised if the Eagles don't take Nolan Smith or Joey Porter Jr. And we know that they have their 2 outside corners for right now. I still think those are clearly the best players available. And I don't want to see either of them make it to the Steelers at the 32nd overall pick, which is the start of the 2nd round this year.
It's tight.
It's tight. Very tight. It's very tight.
You need to hit the exacta right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Smith would make a lot of sense for the Steelers. Go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, I was gonna say Smith makes a lot of sense for the Eagles here too, just because like they love loading up on pass rushers. I mean, we've seen anything with them the past few years. It's like they love like fortifying those trenches, even if because like they don't like what Brandon Graham's only under contract for like one more year for them. They still have Joshua and Hassan Reddick, but they love that just platooning those guys on the edge. And I feel like a guy like Nolan Smith, even though he's not the most refined pass rusher at this point, would be a guy that they love those Georgia guys too. I mean, what they got Nakobe Dean. Yeah, they got Nakobe Dean. They got Jordan Davis. They're just the whole 2020
Jalen Carter now.
Yeah, Jalen Carter. The whole 2021 Georgia roster. They want the whole national title team right now.
I got an answer for you, John, on this question. What's making Joey Porter fall? Size? It's not size. He's the perfect size for an outside corner. It's ball skills. And he does not find the football well. He's got otherwise the boundary corner size you like Gonzalez had, but Gonzalez had ball skills to go with that. And it's not Porter's game. He's much more of a press corner who can outposition a receiver down there. Ike Taylor, Jimmy Smith, a lot of the same thing, but Jimmy Smith probably had better ball skills than Porter will ever get to in the National Football League. So I think that's basically the problem there. That's why I love Forbes over him.
Yeah, I agree with you, Ken. This ball production just wasn't like he had like one interception his entire collegiate career or something like that. Just like something real low. Not even a whole lot of PBUs either. So it'd be different if a guy had no picks or a few picks, but a bunch of pass breaks up. But you want to say one says, well, maybe teams just weren't targeting him. Like, no, there were a couple games where teams were kind of getting after him, but at the same time, it's just like I want to see a guy who's going to make a play on the ball, not just wait for the ball to be caught or just hope that somebody doesn't throw it his side.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, he was only targeted 30 times this last year, which is nice. And there's another number that PFF has that has to do with forced incompletions, where the quarterback doesn't really end up targeting receiver, but they throw it out of bounds on his side, and there is some of that going on. But this is really strange with Porter week by week. That first week against Purdue, so that was Caden O'Connell going against him that time. O'Connell going against him, and he was targeted 14 times. The rest of the entire season, he was targeted 16 times.
Yeah, total. A lot of underneath stuff. Charlie Jones will get drafted in this draft. Aiden O'Connell, Charlie Jones. Just a lot of gimme, drags, quick slants, that kind of thing against Porter. But yeah, teams avoided him like the plague. I mean, I go back to his game against Ohio State when he did match up with Marvin Harrison Jr. That matchup favored Porter a whole lot. Marvin Harrison Jr.'s yards came elsewhere. So, I can't, ball skills, but I mean, good luck finding somebody that can cover like Joey Porter, man. It's not easy. So I'm not the best person to ask why he fell. Your X corner, you put or your right side corner covering the X receiver, you need stickiness first, like a Marlon Humphrey, somebody that can be in the trail position and still win. So, I'm surprised Porter still. The mock drafters were right, and he slipped. I was wrong on that.
Humphrey has a whole different quality to the physicality of his game, is the ability to throw his receiver aside and go after where the ball is actually going. He makes so many plays on an off receiver. It's crazy. We saw the New England game. A play there is coming back to me right away, but he's a very special player. Jimmy Smith had some of that too. I'm not saying no for Joey Porter. I'm just saying a lot of that is a learned skill. He's going to have to get a lot better at determining where the football is and getting to it, and also still being very physical with his man at the same time.
I would say offensive line is the other dark horse right here.
Get younger.
Lane Johnson doesn't have too many years left in the tank. I don't think he's almost always hurt.
You know, we had a nice comment here from somebody saying thanks for doing the stream tonight. Really appreciate it. You guys, outstanding job. Alec staying up in the middle of the night with us. You know, you guys being on top of the trades. Josh, you know, rushing home to do this. Really appreciate it. Jake, appreciate you joining us. And of course, Jason with the big board and all the analysis you do on the draft. I've really appreciated all the pre-draft process with you in terms of doing that. And tonight, definitely, you're definitely one of the people I look to for significant draft analysis. Appreciate we can simulcast this.
Yeah, Ken, I want to thank you too for when we were talking about the draft. I'm like, I want to put something on my channel. It's been 2 years. I got to put something on my channel. So for you to work with me with that and still allow me to be with the fellas means a lot, man. Because, you know, I love my football family. I love all the people who supported me on YouTube. So to be able to simulcast it with you on YouTube and still have you do all the legwork, that's awesome, man. Thank you.
Appreciate it. This guest group looks like a lot to you, and this is a star panel here. We got the next 2 days. We got an unbelievable number of people rotating through this panel. So we're going to have some of the same people. Dan and Alec, you're both here tomorrow. Josh, you're still here tomorrow. I forget, Jake, if you're here for part of the whole thing tomorrow.
Yep. I'll be here for at least part of it tomorrow.
Okay. And we'll have additional people. Josh is working on a different panel layout for us that will make it look kind of normal. Then we'll have. Go ahead.
Yeah, we'll be able to put all 10 people on here tomorrow. Similar layout, we'll make it work.
All right, very good.
Smaller Ken's face is, the better. The smaller his face is, yeah.
Yes. Hey, I know from broadcasting school, I had the face made for radio back then, so you don't have to tell me.
Me too. I had a face for radio, but a voice for print. So that didn't work out very well.
Nolan Smith gets taken by the Eagles at number 30.
Man, the Eagles, man. It would be nice if we had some of the dogs that they consistently get, but it is what it is.
That's your new favorite team, Jake.
No, I can't ever take away the purple and black that I bleed, but it's tough. It's tough, man. They are just loaded up on some Georgia Bulldogs. Howie seems to know what he's doing though.
Unless Casey trades out, Will Levis is gonna be one of pull a Geno Smith, have to be one of those guys that got to come back the second day with this pre-draft outfit already wasted.
Huh. Don't they do that much deeper into the draft now, so they get some second and third round guys to provide some cover for those first round guys who drop out?
Yeah, but I remember Geno only brought one fancy suit, and so when he had to come back the next day, he was wearing a sweater vest and some nonchalant, not even business casual clothes, because that's all he brought. He thought he was going to go on day one.
Nice. Now, see, that's the kind of analysis we need in this room. Mr. Josh Reed bringing it to us.
Yeah. If we had, we have lots of people who would be good at that. Haven't there been some famous people who've showed up in a tracksuit to be drafted, or is that only working from home that they've done the tracksuit thing?
Not that I can recall. I know Zeke had that half belly shirt thing that one year.
That's a good one. Best outfit of all time, maybe Ray Lewis. See that picture every year now?
Yeah. Ray Lewis and his mom, right? All right, we're done in about 4 hours here. This is a long first round for us tonight. Longer than most. Maybe not quite the record, but pretty close. And I think an exciting first round, guys. Let's go around the table now. We got one pick left. Kansas City might trade it. What's your big surprise so far?
For me,
okay, Josh.
Okay.
Go Josh.
For me, it's got to be Detroit, man. I mean, not particularly the players that they got, but where they picked them. You had all this amazing draft capital, and you're moving back and wheeling and dealing, and to take those players where you did. It's just it's a complete boggling of like, an understanding of positional value and where you should take guys, and you basically just push better players down the board for other teams to take, which benefited the Ravens. They got Zay Flowers, and they had a pick of a litter of several talented players. But for the team like Detroit, who I'm right with you, Alec, man. I was a huge fan of them coming into this, and like thinking like they had the pick of the world, as far as like not pick of the world, but like a great haul, and they could do so many great things. And I'm not poo-pooing on Jack Campbell or Jahmyr Gibbs, just like where they took them. It's like, man, you could have traded back and still got those guys.
So I thought they had a third pick, or maybe it was 34 is their selection now. Correct me, Dan. Where is their next selection? The Detroit's next selection. Let me get that right. I thought they had a third selection that they acquired already here.
Yeah, so they have the third pick in the second round, the 17th pick in the second round, and the 24th pick in the second round. So 3 second-round picks. So.
Okay, 34, 48, and 55 are still there. So, okay. So 34 was Arizona's pick. To be
fair, it's fun to say that, but then they don't have anything till the 5th round. So there is some. So
I don't dislike that part of it. I think that having all those picks in the second round, the corners are deep, the wide receivers are deep in that part of the draft. Star talent, nice second. So in that part of it, man, they can fill out a roster pretty nice.
Yeah, it's more valuable to have more picks in that range than it is to have even in the 3rd and 4th. So, I wouldn't be mad at all if the Ravens had multiple second-round picks and no picks until the 5th round. Like, I'm not poo-pooing on 3rd or 4th rounders, but those guys are usually shots in the dark sometimes unless somebody really falls down the board.
Yep. I wouldn't mind if the Ravens had 1 second-rounder. So,
right? Like that. Give me 1, let alone 3.
Mazi Smith, though, despite all the talk of him sneaking into the first round, that's my biggest surprise. And the Cowboys just being so happy about it, too. Like, we can't believe we got him. Like, what? Were they really battling other teams for him? Wow. Like, that legitimately surprises me that a 2-down run-stuffing defensive tackle is going that high and being that celebrated and being that apparently fought over. Like, if the Cowboys were happy they got him, didn't seem like, we know he's going to be here. Let's turn it in. Nice handshake. They looked excited.
I gotta agree. It's either him or Gibbs is the weird pick of the first round in terms of just being a complete reach. It's really hard for me to pick one of those because I could have seen Jahmyr Gibbs going towards the end of the second round. And Mazi Smith, I might have thought even that was a reach. But of course, he did go a little bit lower, and Gibbs went all the way up at number 12, right? Or number 12, right? 12. That's just such an absurd overreach. A second running back goes at number 12. It's just.
Yeah, I would agree with you guys. Detroit, with some of the picks they made, and also Mazi Smith. Depending on what happens with the Chiefs here, another potential surprise would be that Joey Porter, didn't go in the first round, and we're about to find out. Yeah,
I have some personal interest in that because if Porter's picked, all my green guys go. If they don't, Joey Porter in the dark green is sitting there, and that's going to hurt me. That's going to hurt me. But I'm hoping for it because I don't want to see the Chiefs get him. Or
I don't. Yeah, it's a tough situation.
Yeah.
If the Steelers get Joey Porter, man,
yeah, they get to have their cake and eat it too.
Right, you get your left tackle, and you get the freaking Joey Porter's son. They probably, I don't know. As much as they like Kevin Colbert, their former GM, they probably build this new guy a statue if he was able to pull that off, turn Chase Claypool into Joey Porter.
And also tomorrow, guys, and for the rest of the draft, the wide receiver room is now filled for the Ravens. So when you look at the big board, the wide receivers that were pushed up before, you can slide them down a few spots. If I have a receiver and then a couple of corners next to him, or a safety behind him, or a guard behind him for sure. You can scoot that guard up and use common sense and be like, this wide receiver room looks pretty full right now with the top 4 spots set, it looks like. And then, Tylan Wallace, I expect to be on this team for special teams too. Where does that leave Duvernay? Is he really the returner? Are we really carrying 6 receivers with no competition? wild times in Baltimore.
Yep, absolutely. I see how you've got a personal stake in this. With obviously, I'm not going to the Steelers is important. Folks out there, the pick is in right now. I'm going to ask you all to like and subscribe both channels if you would, both to Film Study Ravens and also to Huddle It Up Films, and give us some love here. Your comments, I think, do us some good with the formula, so that's always nice. But be nice if you guys subscribe. You'll get a notification tomorrow when the stream is about to start, and we'll hopefully see many of you back here with this frankly great running commentary that I have thoroughly enjoyed throughout this draft.
Yes, and for my guys, my stream might be on a little later than Ken's. I got to get Ken's. We got to get Ken's set up first. Then I could go in. Now I know how to do it. I have to hit a button on Ken's stream it to mine. So we'll get that started. It'll be on my channel tomorrow. Ken, of course, Film Study Ravens on YouTube. Ken, it's Film Study Ravens.
I'm just Film Study on Twitter. On YouTube, on Film Study Ravens on Twitter.
Okay, yep. So find me, find Ken. I'm sure you'll be able to find us. His links are on the videos on my channel as well. So yeah, big ups to Ken and crew. And of course, I love Alec, man. I love Jake. First time meeting Josh. Met Dan plenty of times. He's been just a great crew, man. It's been awesome.
Let me give everybody a little love and contacts here. We have Alec Poulianis at One Winning Pod on Twitter. Give his pod a chance too. He's got some good people to talk football. It's a good podcast worth a listen. At DP Reese 8. That's Dan Reese. He's my partner on By the Numbers. Hope you're going to be back for another season, Dan. We haven't really got that nailed down yet, but I would love to do it with you again if you get the time. Josh Reed is at Josh Reed 907. That's the 907 area code from Alaska, but he's on very frequently during the off season on all sorts of shows with me. So you'll recognize him. Same thing with Jake Vogel, who's at Real Jake Vogel. I guess a lot of you can see this right now for Jake Vogel, for Dan. Josh didn't put his on there, probably should. But good sites, good reading. Josh, you're on Heavy.
Yeah, Heavy on Ravens. Yep.
Heavy on Ravens. And Jake, where do you write when you do?
I'm not currently writing anywhere. I have written them for Russell Street before, but yeah, not doing anything right now.
Dan, you have any other projects you're trying to share with people this offseason?
Nope, not really. Just kind of taking it easy this offseason and just enjoying it now. And especially now that we got Lamar and we're over that drama. So I'm just taking it easy.
It's great to have every one of you. Thanks so much for joining Jason and me on this show. We definitely appreciate it. And I think you guys are all back here, at least for some time tomorrow, at least as we've heard it so far, along some others. We do have the pick in. It's kind of an unexpected one. And I have to go back to my pronunciation key to do this, unless you want to do it. Is it Anyadike Uzoma?
Yeah, Felix Anyadike Uzama. I always say Uzama because it's CJ Uzama spelled the same way. Sub rusher extraordinaire. Actually, all the way up at number 34 on my board. No, 37 on my board, excuse me. Just great burst and nice little. Reminds me of Yannick Ngakwe a lot with the cross chop, the hand swipe, the little hop to the outside, change speeds in his rush. Will he ever be a plus run defender? Maybe not. But he's got the build for it. Definitely a pass rusher for the Chiefs. So they had some blindside pressure there.
He was my number 8 guy of my pass rushers behind McDonald. The big guys who are still there on the pass rush side are Derek Hall and BJ Ojulari. So we'll see. They will probably go in round 2, where I guess by the end of it, we may see as many as 10 edge rushers gone.
Yeah. I think definitely Ojulari is going to go. And Derek Hall, I have number 45 on my board. So a middle of the second round type projection for me. And then you also have a wild card on the edge. 2 of them really. Byron Young from Tennessee, physical freak. Isaiah Foskey out of Notre Dame. A lot of people like him better than me. So that deep class for the edge seems to have showed up early in this draft.
Did I miss Keon White, or has he not gone as well?
He hasn't gone.
He
hasn't gone either. Sorry. Yeah,
And-
good point, Jay.
He's also invited there, so I believe he's at the draft in Kansas City.
Oh,
All right.
Another-
I want to hear from the most time zone disadvantaged person in the comments here. So we got Central European times for a couple of people. And I know we had British people and an Irish guy. So we have that. Anybody further east than that? Do we have any people in Germany? That's not any worse than Central European. What do we have to have? Like Hungary. Is that on Central European still, or I'm not sure how far east we'd have to go to get them.
Greece is -7, I think. Right. So,
Okay.
yeah.
The shrimp trawler from
But Ken,
Oregon. Wonder he's so fresh. He's still young, still early for him.
Yes.
I got some beasts in the Middle East on my channel, man. I got a lot of action in the Middle East. Always fascinates me when I see people around the world in the analytics of YouTube. Like, man, they're really watching the channel out there. Yes, they are, man. A lot of action from Brazil. I know a lot of people from Brazil out there, Ravens fans. I could think of 2 off the top of my head. Otavio, one of my original subscribers, and of course Christian, who was on with
Andrade. I had him and his brother on, but they had a very interesting biometric heat thing they were working on to judge whether people were over exercising or over exerting themselves, which seemed like it would be right up the Ravens' alley. All right, guys, we will wrap it up for tonight here. Anybody any last comments before we tune off?
I just want to give my wife a shout out, man. I got 3 kids under 3 up here, and she's been toughing it out with them upstairs for the past like 3-4 hours. So they haven't come down here and bothered me not once. So I wanted to give her a shout out. She's probably gonna kick my ass when I get upstairs, but I appreciate her.
What's her name?
Khaleesi Reed.
Khaleesi Reed. There you go. Thank you, Khaleesi. Anybody else?
I like to say it was great doing the show with you guys. A lot of fun. Kept the energy up for me. And great to meet you virtually, Josh, today. I always respected your work. And hope to make it tomorrow. We'll see how bad my decisions were tonight.
Go sleep through the day. You're just in Europe. It's not a big deal. And have fun with us again tomorrow night.
All right. See you guys.
All right, guys.
Love you guys. Have a good night, football family.
Thank
Love
you.
you.
Thanks, guys.
Good night. Yes, sir.
All right. Hang with me for just a second here,